And good afternoon, everybody. We are live here in Logan County, Cashion, Oklahoma, back for day 2 of the Class 2A Division I Regional Softball Tournament here with Colgate Wildcats and the Howell Lions playing in game number 5. This will be game 5 here. Colgate picking up a victory yesterday over Howell 10-6 before losing to Cashion 18-3. There in the late game. Howell defeating Watonga last night to get to here. Watonga is eliminated from the regional tournament. This will be an elimination game here between these two teams. The loser is done for the year. The winner will play immediately after this. They will play Cashion and will have to beat Cashion twice. Cashion in the catbird seat here in the regional tournament. They just need one win to advance to the state tournament. The winner of this game goes on to play Cashion. Goes on to play Cashion here. About 3:30 is the scheduled first pitch here. The team that wins this game will have to beat Cashion once today, and then we'll come back for an if necessary game tomorrow. If Colgate is there, we will be here. We'll be here as long as Colgate is here. The wind will be the factor today. We are about 80 degrees with the south-southwest wind gusting 25 to 30 miles an hour. I mean, it's blowing straight dead center, so I do apologize for the wind in the background. I don't know how much field mic we'll get to use today. I know it's kind of annoying on your end, especially on my end, to hear the wind, but do the best we can. We are outside, so we are in the elements here. The Howell Lions will be the home team here. They will be decked out in their black uniforms with white stripes, cursive Howell written in white across the front. Colgate Wildcats will be in their white uniforms, purple pinstripes, purple numerals outlined in white with the blocked Colgate in purple across the chest as well. Again, wherever you are, however you are, I am Cody Newberry. Thank you for joining us today. It's always a good day for baseball as we get this Day 2 regional tournament set, and there's the first pitch. The pitcher today for Howell will be number 1, Shallon-Tubby. I believe it's Hayden Shallon-Tubby, yes. Left-handed pitcher. Jet Burris up to bat here for the Colgate Wildcats. Field faces southwest and northeast, so with the southwest wind, the wind is blowing anything out. Now, if it gets hung up in the air today, it's going to travel. It's 375 out to dead center. Shallon-Tubby misses upstairs. Ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike here in the top of the first inning. The 2-1 upstairs, now 3-1. Again, still kind of getting over the allergies, so bear with me. I'll do the best I can. The 3-1 count here to Jet Burris. Right down the middle, strike 2. Now it's full count here from Shallon-Tubby. Meade is at first, Barnhart at second, Harrison at shortstop, and Tony at third base for the Lions defensively on the infield. Thornburg catching. Here's the 3-2. It's low, and Burris takes a leadoff walk to first base. That'll bring up number 24, Cato Pebworth, the center fielder. I believe today for the Wildcats. There'll be some defensive adjustments today. I don't know that Colby Brown will play defense here in the first game. He's still getting over an injury, so I think there will be some shuffling around. I think Jace Burris may be moving into the infield here in this game, but we'll wait and see how it all plays out when Colgate takes the field. Pebworth up to bat, another left-handed hitter, squares up to bunt, pulls it back, takes strike 1. Colgate, Coach Cagle, a big fan of the small ball. Got to be able to move runners. Got to get them in scoring position. Pebworth squares up again. He did go. So Pebworth now behind 0-2 to Shallon-Tubby. Burris with a lead off at first. Pebworth swings and fouls that down the third base line and out of play. Here's the 0-2 from the left-handed pitcher. Check swing just misses low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Thornburg catching today for the Lions, as he did yesterday. Here's the 1-2. It's low, bounces across home plate. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Still no outs. Burris with a leadoff walk here in the top of the first inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on. It's a hard bouncer to second base. They're going to get the lead runner. Not going to make a throw. Be a fielder's choice out there at second. That'll bring up number 5 today, Easton Loudermilk. Again, the numbers have changed here. The jerseys are different today than they were yesterday, so different numbers. This will be number 5, Loudermilk, number 22, Jace Burris on deck for the Wildcats. Here's the first pitch to Loudermilk. Swing and a miss. It's a pretty hard changeup there from Shallentubby. Shallentubby shakes off a sign, now finds the one he wants. He's ahead in the count, 0-1. Throws down to first base. Pebworth sliding in, safe. The 0-1, right down Main Street, strike 2. There's a really good pitch there from Shallentubby. Loudermilk now back into the box. Now Loudermilk backs out. Loudermilk now back in, left-handed hitter. Behind the count, 0-2, swings, fouls that back into the net behind home plate. We're here at Lance Butler Field, home of the defending Class 2A 2025 state baseball champions, Cashion Wildcats. Some construction going on over there behind the right field wall. Said this place up here is really kind of taken off, talking to some of the locals. The 1-2 hit hard out to center field. We'll see how much that carries. It's held up and caught out in center field, so Cato Pebworth will trot back to first base for harmless out number 2. To bring up number 22, Jace Burris. First pitch to Burris. Swings upstairs. Burris batting .415 on the season. (17 RBIs here for Jace Burris. Burris takes strike 2, now behind 0-2, 2 outs. Pebworth with the lead off at first base. Shallentubby shaking his head, now finds the sign from Thornburg. And gets Burris looking. 3-pitch strikeout there from Shallentubby. And that's the first strikeout of the day for Howe. We'll take a break and go back to the home half of the first inning when we come back right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
This is Eric Studeville, inviting you to buy the Studeville way.
Whether you're looking for open roads
or you like them built tough,
there is only one way to buy your vehicle.
And that's the Studeville way.
Studeville Chevrolet, 851 Westside Drive in Durant and StudevilleChevrolet.com.
and Steubenville Ford 1601 South Mississippi in Atoka, and SteubenvilleFord.net.
The Steubenville family of dealerships,
Proudly serving you and your communities.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma for game number, this is 4? This is game 5 here in the regional tournament. Jed Walkup will take the mound today. We'll have dueling left-handed pitchers here for both teams. Easton Loudermilk on first base. Jace Burris playing second base today. Weston Lackey at shortstop. Trey Francis over at third base. Levi Beer doing a good job here behind home plate playing catcher. Again, Jet Walkup will take the mound today. Left field will be Seven Williams, center field Cato Pebworth, and right field will be Jet Burris. That's the Wildcats defensively. The leadoff hitter here for the Howell Lions will be number 9, Wesley Toney. Lineup is the same as it was yesterday. And Howell ranked just outside of the top 15 in the Class 2A rankings. I believe they come in ranked 16th. Colgate ranked 19th out of 32 teams in Class 2A Division I. Cashion, the host team here, they are number 3 in the state of Oklahoma. Whoever wins this game will have to beat the Wildcats of Cashion twice. They'll do it one time today, and then an if necessary game tomorrow afternoon around 2 o'clock. But still a lot of baseball played before then as Walkup gets the first pitch going here for the Wildcats, and Toney jumps on that first pitch going left and into the glove of Seven Williams at the wall. That's a good play there by Seven Williams. Looked like that ball was carrying, and Williams just able to get underneath that line drive from Toney for out number 1. I thought it got over his head, but Williams showing his speed out there in left field. Gets underneath that one before running into the wall safely. Number 18, Ethan Dalton now batting. That pitch upstairs for ball 1. There's a strike from Walkup. Walkup did start the Cashion game yesterday. Was only able to go about 2/3 of an inning. So Walkup pretty fresh today. It's a good changeup, just misses on the outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's strike 2 from Walkup. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here, bottom of the first inning. Again, it's all about arms at this point. You got to have the arms to go 3 games to get out of the tournament now. The only arm that's burnt for Colgate would be that one of Burris. Everybody else is available to pitch today due to the under 50 pitch limit. That ball hit hard out to center field, and it's going to bounce in front of Pebworth. And Dalton will get on first base safely with the Lions' first single of the day. It'll bring up number 10, Shane Mead. So for the first couple of batters here today for Howell, looks like they're more aggressive at the plate here today, jumping on these pitches as they see him. Here's the first pitch to Mead, inside, ball 1. That ball hit sharply out to Pebworth in center field and going to bounce under his glove, and it's going to go to the distance. Dalton rounding second, now rounding third. There will be no play at home, and Howell jumps on the board first. That ball got away from Pebworth in center field. Mead will have a double with an RBI as that scores Dalton from first base. And the Lions are on the board first. One to zero. Bottom of the first inning, that'll bring up Micah Thornburg. Thornburg hits that back to Burris at second base. Comes up, makes the throw to first in time for out number 2. That does move Meade from second to third on a fielder's choice ground out there from Thornburg. Now batting number 1, Hayden Shallentubby. Be the first left-handed hitter for the Lions today. Here's the first pitch to Thornburg. Outside and low, ball 1. Thornburg hits that back to walk up at the pitcher's mound. Takes a couple hops and makes an easy throw to first base in time for out number 3. But Howell gets on the board first. They lead 1-0 as we move into the second inning. And we'll take a quick break and be back here. This is Wildcat Baseball presented by First Bank.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance agent Lucinda Holland can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling agent Lucinda Holland at 580-889-3744 to find out how she can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Lucinda Holland.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Brown's Funeral Service in Atoka, Colgate, Durant, and Medill are proud to be a part of the communities they serve. Since 1994, Brown's Funeral Service has proudly supported nonprofits, police and fire departments, local military members, and area schools. The staff at Brown's Funeral Service takes great pride in these endeavors because they realize it's more than being in business. It's about being a thread in the fabric of our community. Brown's Funeral Service, where service begins but never ends.
And we're back here as we move into the second inning as the Howell Lions were able to get on the board first with a double, an RBI double from Shane Meade, who took the loss yesterday pitching against the Colgate Wildcats. He scored Ethan Dalton from first base. Colby Brown will be the leadoff hitter here for the Wildcats as we move into the second inning. The wind continues to blow here in Cashion, Central Oklahoma. I believe it blows all the time. This is a breeze for these people. A light breeze. Shallentubby back on the bump for the Lions here in the second inning. And this is an elimination game between these two teams, so it'll be all hands on deck for both teams the rest of the way out. To stave off elimination, going to try to come in the back door to get to the state tournament by winning 3 games over the next 2 days is what it's going to take to punch their ticket to the state tournament next week. Colby Brown now batting for the Wildcats, steps into the batter's box. First pitch from Shallentubby is low, ball 1. Howe did beat Watonga last night 12-3 to get to this point. Watonga has they're the first team out of the tournament. 1 ball, 1 strike on that changeup from Shallentubby. 1-1 inside. Brown fouls that back into the net behind home plate for strike 2. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss, and Brown goes down swinging. That'll be back-to-back strikeouts for Shallentubby as it brings up number 33, Weston Lackey. Swing and a miss there from Lackey for strike one. Shallentubby steps off. A little bit of confusion between Thornburg and Shallentubby. Shallentubby calling Thornburg out to the mound. And I believe all the catchers wear earpieces these days where the coaches can tell the catcher what sign they want to throw to give to the pitcher. So Shallentubby just wanting to make sure that the signs are the same. Make sure that Thornburg is expecting the pitch. That ball roped down the left field line into the cars and out of play. And Lackey now quickly behind the count 0-2 to Shallentubby. Low and inside, ball one. Trey Francis on deck for the Wildcats. Here's the 1-2. That bounces off home plate. There'll be a play at first, and Lackey unable to run it out for out number 2. And that was a third strike swing miss from the catcher. So the catcher didn't catch it, so Lackey took off running, which you are available to do for a play at first. Lackey unable to get there before the ball for out number 2. That'll bring up Trey Francis. First pitch to Francis, upstairs for ball one. Francis fouls that back into the net for strike one. One the count here from Shallentubby. Misses outside, ball two. Levi Beard on deck for the Wildcats. Francis gets underneath that one and pops it up behind home plate, harmlessly out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Excuse me, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here top of the second inning. Misses low inside, and a short hopped across home plate for ball 3. So here's the payoff pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Shallentubby trying to get out of the inning. Change up outside, ball 4. And Francis will go to first base on a walk. It'll bring up the catcher, Levi Beard. 7 Williams on deck for the Wildcats. First pitch to Beard is low, ball 1. Beard steps into the right side of the batter's box. Left-handed catcher for the Wildcats. Ahead in the count 1-0. 2 outs with Francis with a lead off at first. Just misses outside, ball 2. Wind up the 2-0, misses outside again, now 3-0. Beard way ahead in the count here. Bottom of the lineup up next, 7 Williams, the 9-hole hitter for the Wildcats. Here's the 3-0. Misses low outside, ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk, back-to-back walks given up by Shallentubby. It's already the 3rd walk through an inning and a third, 2/3. It'll bring up 7 Williams. Looks like we're going to have a courtesy runner here for the Wildcats for the catcher. I know that's a Hale. Got to figure out which one it is. Brooks. That'll be Brooks Hale. Brooks and Blaine, the Hale twins on the baseball team this year. Brooks with the lead off at first, be the courtesy runner here for Levi Beard. Runners, Williams gets underneath that one, fouls it down the first base line and out of play. Wildcats on first and second base. 2 outs. Just misses inside. Was a little high as well. 1 ball, 1 strike. Top of the lineup on deck. Jet Burris waiting, hoping Williams can get on base and load the bases. Williams with a big swing there, swung through it and missed. Now behind, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs. The Lions of Howe continue to lead 1-0. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Shallentubby. Swung on, drove right up the middle, and it's going to get in the outfield. Francis being waved around third. Will have a play at third base and missing the ball. Brooks was going to be out by a mile, but the third baseman, Tony, misses the ball from the outfield. And Francis scores from second. Brooks sliding into third. And Williams with an RBI double. As we're back to the top of the lineup, as the Wildcats respond with a run of their own. There's a strike from Shallentubby. Two outs. 2 runners in scoring position here for Burris. He walked in his first plate appearance. That just barely catches the bottom of the strike zone. And Burris now behind 0-2 to the leadoff hitter here for the Wildcats. The Wildcats kind of had a little bit of issues yesterday with runners in scoring position. Left a lot of ducks on the pond. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and down goes Burris on a strikeout. But the Wildcats respond with a run of their own and tie things up. We are tied 1-1 as we move to the bottom of the second inning. We'll take another break. Be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
And we're back here as we move into the bottom of the second inning. All knotted up at 1 run each as the Wildcats respond with a run of their own. With an RBI double from 7 Williams to push Trey Francis in from first base. A hit to the outfield. As we flip the sheet over, Brett Barnhart will be leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the second inning. Barnhart, Harrison, and Payne will be your first three hitters here for the Lions in the home half of the second inning. Walkup back on the mound for the Wildcats. The windup, the pitch, hit back into the net for strike one. Swing and a miss from Barnhart, strike two. Walkup ahead in the count now 0-2. That ball roped out into right field, and it's going to be caught by Burris at second base. Kind of a lazy pop up there. Shallow right field for out number one. Bring up number 5, Reese Harrison. Harrison playing shortstop for the Lions today. Swing and a miss there from Harrison for strike one. And Case and Payne on deck. One ball, one strike. There's strike two from Walkup, who's really speeding things up here. Walkup feels like he's in a groove. Misses low, ball two. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here to Harrison. Here's the 2-2. Missing low and inside, now 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the payoff pitch from Walkup, the 3-2. Missing low, ball 4. That'll be the first walk of the day given up by Walkup. Now with Howe with back-to-back runners and back-to-back innings. It'll bring up number 22, Case and Payne. Number 24, Aiden Scott on deck for Howe. And Jace Burris playing second base today. Squares up the bunt down the first base line. It's going to go foul. Strike one. Payne steps back into the batter's box. Walkup missing high. Ball one, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here with Harrison on first base with a leadoff. Has a couple of steps, now throw back to first. Keeping Harrison honest is Walkup. And Walkup, the left-handed left-handed pitcher, is able to see clearly down to first base. Back to first, and it gets away. Throws it into the dirt. That could be multiple bases. Colgate's able to track it down quickly and keep Harrison from getting to third, but Harrison advances over to second base on a wild throw to first base. The attention back to Payne at home plate. And that's going to drop into right center field, roll to the wall. Harrison being waved around third, Scott being waved around second, and he's going to slide into third base safely with an RBI triple for Case and Payne. As Harrison scoring from second base, and Howell retakes the lead. 2-1 here with 1 out. Aiden Scott up to bat now for the Lions. He takes that first pitch as a strike. Fouls that down third base line, out of play, strike two. Walk up ahead, 0-2, the windup, the pitch. That ball popped up into shallow center field. Be a play at home, and sliding in safely on the tag up is Payne on the sacrifice RBI fly. Scott doing his job, advancing the runner as the Lions now have a 3-1 lead with 2 outs. Here's the windup. Walk up missing outside, ball 1. He hits that ball hard to center field, and Pebworth making a diving play, falls out of his glove but gets up quickly to throw the ball into the infield before Tony can leg it out for a double. He's going to have to stay at first base. To bring up Ethan Dalton. 1 for 1 today for Dalton. Score still 3-1 in favor of Howell here in the bottom of the second. 2 outs for the Lions. Walk up ahead, 0-1. That slow tapped back to walk up, and he runs over, makes the pitch over to first base for out number 3. But the Lions do damage. They get 2 more and take a 3-1 lead moving into the third inning. We'll take a quick break and be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
As Oklahomans, we look out for one another, and at Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, it's no different. With agents like Kevin Haney right here in Cole County, we always have someone close at hand with the advice and guidance you need to help you find affordable coverage and products for your home, auto, farm and ranch, business, life, and annuities. Please call Kevin Haney at 580-927-2324 or visit okfbinsurance.com today. Life insurance and annuity products offered through Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company. Property and casualty products are offered through Oklahoma Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance and affiliated companies. Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, made of and made for Oklahomans.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And we're back here at Lance Butler Field in Cashion, Oklahoma for the Class 2A Regional Baseball Tournament. As the host team, Cashion Wildcats, the number 3 team and defending state champion baseball team, awaits the winner of this game right here that's playing between the Howell Lions and the Colgate Wildcats. Howell puts another 2 runs up in the bottom of the second inning. They take a 3-1 run lead into the top of the third, as it'll be Cato Pebworth, the leadoff hitter here for the Wildcats. It'll be Pebworth, Loudermilk, and Burris, your 2, 3, 4 hitters for the Wildcats here in the top of the third inning. Again, having played Howell yesterday, looks like Howell is taking advantage of these early pitches. If it's a good one, they're swinging a little bit more aggressive today than they were yesterday. And thus far, it is proved to be worth it as they have a 3-1 run lead. One ball, one strike from Shallon Tubby. Pebworth going to call time. And it's pretty clear skies here, but I believe as the day goes on, I believe there may be a higher chance of rain come through. I think maybe why we upped the game time. It was scheduled to start at 4. We moved it up 3 hours to 1 o'clock, as there could be a line of storms develop here later on in the evening. 2 balls, 1 strike as Shallentubby slips and falls on the pitch. Here's the 2-1 changeup. And Cato Pebworth goes down looking. That's the 5th strikeout of the day so far from Shallentubby through 2 1/3. Easton Loudermilk up to bat. 0 for 1, lined out center field in the first inning. Here's the first pitch to Loudermilk. Shallentubby misses outside, ball 1. I think Thornburg may be, again, having some device issues with his inner ear, with his earpiece. I don't know what they call it. Earpiece, I guess. Shallentubby misses outside, ball 2. Shallentubby does have 3 walks so far, but has 5 strikeouts. Missing inside, ball 3. Three balls, no strikes, 1 out here. Here's the 3-0. Right down Main Street. Loudermilk takes strike 1. Now 3 balls and 1 strike. Shallentubby will try to get Loudermilk chasing here on this 3-1 count. And Loudermilk doesn't bite and takes a walk down to first base. Be the 4th walk given up from Shallentubby so far today. Burris now batting here for the Wildcats with 1 out. Loudermilk with the leadoff at first base. Shallentubby with the pitch. Just paints the inside corner for strike 1. This is a good pitch there from Shallentubby. Thornburg now moving outside of the plate. Burris grabs it and fouls it down the third base line and out of play. Again, there'll be 2 games guaranteed play here today. The winner of this will have to beat Cashion in the second game today to get to play tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the if necessary. Burris slow rolls that bucket back up the middle, and a toss to second base gets 1 and is unable to get 2. Trying to turn the double play. They do get Loudermilk at second base. Bring up Colby Brown. 0 for 1 for Colby today. Has a strikeout. Again, Colby still trying to get over an injury that sustained here later in the season. Wind continues to blow right out over center field. Burris slides back into first base. Shallentubby keeping him honest. 2 outs. Got to figure Howell not really concerned with the runner at first. They just need the out here at home. Brown takes strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here from Shallentubby. 2 outs. Wildcats trying to respond here in the top of the 3rd after Howell put up 2 in the bottom of the 2nd. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Changeup, strike 2. Shallon Tubby really got it working that changeup today. Got the Wildcats on their heels on these changeup pitches. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the windup, the pitch. Swung on and blooped foul down the first base line. Again, Wildcats in their white uniforms, purple pinstripes. Here's the 1-2. Change up, and Brown goes down swinging. Wildcats leave one on. We move to the bottom of the third. When we return, this is Wildcat Baseball presented by First Bank.
Looking for the perfect outfit or a unique gift? Visit Triple Heart Boutique. The latest trends in women and children's clothing, stylish accessories, and charming decor. Show your team pride with their exclusive Spirit Wear collection. Need an energy boost? Stop by for one of their refreshing teas and stay glowing all year long with their tanning and red light beds. Open Tuesday through Friday from 6 to 6 and Saturday 10 till 2. Visit Triple Heart Boutique at 117 North Main Street in Colgate.
This is Eric Studeville, inviting you to buy the Studeville way.
Whether you're looking for open roads
or you like them built tough,
there is only one way to buy your vehicle.
And that's the Studeville way.
Studeville Chevrolet, 851 Westside Drive in Durant, and StudevilleChevrolet.com.
And Studeville Ford, 1601 South Mississippi in Atoka, and StudevilleFord.net.
The Studeville family of dealerships,
proudly serving you and your communities.
And we're back here, Logan County, on the campus of Cashion High School, as the Colgate Wildcats playing the Howell Lions here in an elimination game between these two teams. Colgate beat Howell yesterday, and then Cashion beat Colgate is how both these teams got here. Howell did pick up a victory over Watonga and eliminated the Eagles with a 12-3 win last night. They had the late game, started about 6:30. As Walkup returns to the pitcher's mound for the Wildcats. Meade gets underneath that one and pops it up behind home plate, out of play. Here in the bottom of the third inning, Howe has scored at least a run in the first 2 innings thus far today. Walkup missing high and outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Meade swings through that one and misses, strike 2. There's a good curveball there from Walkup. Meade goes down looking, and the Wildcats get the inning started with a strikeout. Be the first strikeout of the day for Walkup. As we have dueling left-handed pitchers here today. Big swing and a miss by Thornburg. 0 for 1 for Thornburg, grounded out in the first inning. Walkup missing high, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom of the third. Missing low, Beard trying to frame it. Can't convince the umpire of a strike, so it goes down as a ball 2. The 2-1 upstairs, ball 3. Just misses on the inside, and Thornburg takes a walk down to first base. We'll have a courtesy runner here for Thornburg. The catcher, number 13, will come in and run for Thornburg. It'll bring up number 1, Hayden Shallentubby, 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first inning. Hits that ball hard in the gap between first and second and going to roll into right field. Runner being waved around second. Throw down to third, not in time. Sliding in safely from first base. So Shallentubby advances the runner from first to third, excuse me. Now Lions are at the corners, first and third. Levi Beard making the defensive adjustments here to the infield before Brett Barnhart steps up. 0 for 1, popped it up in the last inning as Walkup getting ready for the pitch to Barnhart. That pitch inside, ball 1. Swung on, hit hard to Francis at third, out of his glove, and that'll score a run. Barnhart will be credited with an RBI, but an error will be given to Francis at third base. As we got a bunt. Walkup comes up, throws, and makes the out at first base. Harrison did his job on a fielder's choice bunt. It does advance the runners. Shallentubby now at third, and Barnhart now at second after that sacrifice bunt there from Harrison. We'll bring up number 22, Cashion Payne. He had an RBI triple. Hits that ball slowly to Burris at second base. Will be a tough play. Comes up, throws into the dugout, gets away from the first baseman, Loudermilk, and Howe will score 2. As we have an injury at first base. Payne still laying on the ground. He's holding his midsection. 2 runs have scored, and Colgate now trails 6-1. Coach Cagle takes a walk out to the mound. Not really happy with the way the infield has played thus far. A couple of errors given out here to the infield. And the Wildcats find themselves trailing 6-1 in an elimination game. As Payne is going to stay in the game. It's good to see. Now Aiden Scott steps up to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Scott. Swung on, softly hit out to right field. Burris finding it, gets under it, and makes the catch for out number 3. But 3 more runs given up by Colgate, and Howell takes a 6-1 lead into the 4th inning. We'll take a quick break. This is Wildcat Baseball, presented by First Bank.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance agent Lucinda Holland can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling agent Lucinda Holland at 580-889-3744 to find out how she can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Lucinda Holland.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Push that button right there. There we go. And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma for the Class 2A Division I Regional Baseball Tournament at Lance Butler Field. Colgate Wildcats trailing 6-1 here in this elimination game to the Howe Lions. Leadoff hitter here for the Wildcats be Weston Lackey. Lackey 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Shallon-Tubby ahead in the count 0-1. Lackey fouls that back into the net behind home plate and is now behind 0-2. Here's the 0-2 from Shallon-Tubby. The pitch. That ball hit hard back to shortstop at Harrison. Harrison comes up, makes the long throw, not in time, and Lackey will get things started for the Wildcats with a single as Harrison was playing deep into the hole right at the outfield grass line there at the infield. That was going to be a tough throw. Ball not hit super hard. So Lackey had the edge there as far as getting to first base before the ball. That'll bring up number 18, Trey Francis. Squares up the bunt, lays down a good bunt back to Shallon-Tubby at the pitcher's mound. Comes up, makes the throw in time for out one, but it does move the runner. Lackey now at second on the sacrifice bunt. Levi Beard now up to bat for the Wildcats. Levi walked in his first plate appearance. Colgate with a runner in scoring position is Lackey with a lead off at second base. And Beard is ahead in the count, 1-0. That pitch upstairs, ball 2. Shallon-Tubby looking back at second base, now throws home, missing low and inside, ball 3. Here's the 3-0, the windup from Shallon-Tubby. Just misses outside, ball 4. That's a 4-pitch walk. Back-to-back walks for Beard, as we'll probably have a courtesy runner. Brooks Hale now enters back into the game for Levi. Seven Williams now up to bat. Seven has hit the ball pretty well in this tournament. He has the only RBI of the day for the Wildcats. Ripped a double in his last at bat. Colgate with 2 runners on. Shallon-Tubby dots that in for strike 1. Shallon-Tubby looking over his left shoulder at second base. Now back at home plate, makes the throw. Outside, ball 1. One ball, one strike. Only one out here in the top of the 4th inning. Wildcats trying to claw their way back. They now trail by 5. Williams squares up the bunt and misses the bunt. Strike 2. Colgate going to take a chance here with a bunt from Williams to try to leg it out at first base. More importantly, move the runners over for the top of the lineup, who's on deck. Williams swings, hits that ball hard to third base, going to get the out at third. The long throw over to first, not in time, under the glove of the first baseman. That'll move Brooks Hale over to third base, and he'll be held up there. So an error by Tony. Lackey was out at third. Top of the lineup now up to bat for the Wildcats. Runners on the corners for Jet Burris. Burris swinging and a miss, strike 1. Burris 0 for 1, struck out in his last plate appearance, did walk in the first inning. Now 2 outs. Burris swinging and a miss again. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, hit hard down the first base line, foul ball. The 0-2, the windup from Shallon-Tubby. The throw home just misses. That was a really nice pitch. Shallon-Tubby still ahead in the count, though. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Upstairs now 2-2. Pebworth on deck for the Wildcats. Pebworth 1 for 2. Burris is drew back even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's dropped by the catcher. Throw down to first base in time for out number 3. Wildcats leave a couple of runners on bases. They get no runs across, and we move to the home half of the 4th. We'll take a break and be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Brown's Funeral Service in Atoka, Colgate, Durant, and Medill are proud to be a part of the communities they serve. Since 1994, Brown's Funeral Service has proudly supported nonprofits, police and fire departments, local military members, and area schools. The staff at Brown's Funeral Service takes great pride in these endeavors because they realize it's more than being in business. It's about being a thread in the fabric of our community. Brown's Funeral Service, where service begins but never ends.
When it comes to gifts that wow them, start your journey at the Flower Garden at 32 North Main in Colgate. Whether it's planning that big event or you just remembered your wedding anniversary midway through the workday, the Flower Garden can get the gift you need right and on time. Follow the Flower Garden on Facebook or book online 24/7 at theflowergardencolgate.com. The Flower Garden, proudly serving Colgate and surrounding areas since 1945.
And we're back here at Lance Butler Field, home of the Cashion Wildcats. Class 2A regional baseball tournament. Here in this elimination contest between the Howell Lions and the Colgate Wildcats. Howell with a 5-run lead here as we start the bottom of the 4th. 6-1 is the score. The Wildcats are able to get a run in the first and have been shut out, or excuse me, got a run in the second and have been shut out in the last couple of innings. The Lions, though, have scored in every inning. They could put up 1 in the first, 2 in the second, and 3 in the third, as they are back to the top of the lineup for Wesley Toney, who is 1 for 2 on the day. Got a single. Back in the second inning. First pitch to Walkup is outside for ball 1. And just gets the outside corner. Strike 1. Now 1 ball, 1 strike from Walkup. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Popped up. Infield over toward Loudermilk. Finds it, catches it, and records the out 1. On the pop-up from Toney. Gonna bring up number 18, Ethan Dalton. 1 for 2. Got a single, scored a run in the first inning. Grounded out in his last plate appearance in the second inning. Here's the first pitch to Toney. Missing low, ball 1. Shane Mead will be on deck for the Lions. He's 1 for 2 as well, with an RBI double in the first inning. That ball roped out to the left center field, and that's going to drop. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Dalton rounding first, and is going to have a stand-up double on that blast out to the wall. It'll bring up Shane Mead, number 10. Mead playing first base today for the Lions. Walkup looking over his left shoulder. That ball hit hard. That's carrying. That may be enough, and it's gone. Home run from Shane Mead. Again, was able to get it up, and that wind carried it over left center field. Shane Mead with a 2-run home run right over left center field as the Lions now extend the lead 8-1 as Coach Cagle makes his way out of the dugout to talk things over with Colgate. It's a 7-run lead here in the fourth inning. Mead absolutely blasted that one. There between left center field. Coach Cagle got the answers he was looking for. He retreats back to the dugout. Everything stays the same. It's 305 to the left field foul pole. 375 to dead center field. Mead probably hit that one about 350. So that'll bring up Micah Thornburg. 0 for 1, grounded out in the first inning. Did walk and score a run in the third. This is an elimination game here. Walkup misses on that second pitch as well. Now 2 balls, no strikes to Thornburg. Big swing and a miss there from Thornburg. He tried to join Mead over that left center field fence. Missing for strike 1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Walkup misses upstairs, 3 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 3-1. Missing inside for ball 4. bring up Hayden Shalantubby. 1 for 2 for Shalantubby. Singled in his last plate appearance. Did score a run. Grounded out in the first inning. Here's the first pitch to Shalantubby. Outside, ball 1. There's a strike from Walkup right down Broadway. Strike 1, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. With the courtesy runner at first base for Thornburg. Swing and a miss from Shalantubby. He's behind in the count 1-2. Howe continues to stretch the lead as they've now scored in every inning thus far. That ball innocently popped out of play down the third baseline into the warm-up area for the Colgate Wildcats as they do have action in the bullpen. For Colgate, looks like Colby Brown warming up for the Wildcats. And Shalantubby goes down swinging for out number 2. Barnhart now at the bat. Pops that one up to the shortstop, and Lackey makes the catch for out number 3 on that pop-up. But 2 more runs come across for the Howell Lions, and they extend the lead now to 7 as they take an 8-1 lead as we move into the 5th inning. We'll take another break. I'll be back here. This is Wildcat Baseball, presented by First Bank.
The RX shop is now under new ownership. Jason and Sedana Lanig and their 2 daughters are longtime residents of Caney and are looking forward to continuing the same great service for you and your family. They're excited for this opportunity to serve our community and invite you to let them help you with your healthcare needs. Call 580-889-3331, 580-889-3331, or come by 872 West 13th Street in Atoka. RX Shop thanks you for shopping local.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And we're back here, Cashion, Oklahoma, in the elimination game. This will be game number 5 between the Howell Lions and the Colgate Wildcats. Howell with a 8-1 lead here as we move to the top of the 5th inning. Shalantubby back on the bump for the Lions, Winner of this game will go on to play Cashion, the number 3 team in the state, the host team here in this regional tournament. Cashion having made quick work of both games they've played. They've only played 5 innings in both games. The first game went 5. 19-1 victory over Watonga. And then they played the Colgate Wildcats, winning 18-3 in 5 innings as well. So the bats are hot for the Cashion Wildcats as they await the winner between the Howell Lions and the Colgate Wildcats. Cato Pebwer starting things up here for Colgate here in the top of the 5th inning. Shalantubby back on the bump for Howell. Again, without not keeping pitch numbers, I would assume that Shalantubby is over the 50 pitch limit to be able to pitch again today. Shalantubby just misses inside, and he's behind the count 3-0. Here's the 3-0 pitch from Shalantubby upstairs, and it's a 4-pitch walk to start things off here in the 5th inning. Again, the Wildcats need base runners as they have a 7-run deficit here to start the 5th inning. Easton Loudermilk now steps over to the right side of the plate. Left-handed first baseman for the Wildcats is 0 for 1. Did walk in his last plate appearance. Hits that ball sharply down the first base line and out of play for a foul ball. Here's the 0-1 from Shallentubby. Missing outside, ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Wherever you are, however you are, we thank you for tuning in and joining me this afternoon for some afternoon baseball action here in Cashion. Shallentubby hops out across home plate for ball 2. We got some friends from Howell joining us today, catching the action. Again, this broadcast, as always, being brought to you by our local businesses there in Cole County, doing a fantastic job of supporting the ability to bring this action to you guys all over the state of Oklahoma. Loudermilk fouls that down the third base line, evens the count now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. These are Colgate-only games, so we'll go as far as Colgate goes due to OSSAA regulations. 2 balls and 2 strikes here from Shallentubby. Just misses outside. Thornburg set up outside, trying to get Loudermilk to chase. Loudermilk wanted no part of that. And pulls it to a full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes here to Loudermilk. Pebworth with the leadoff at first base. Here's the payoff pitch, and Shallentubby slips and falls and throws the ball behind Loudermilk for ball 4. So that's back-to-back walks here to start the 5th inning. Again, the turf, something different if you're not used to pitching on it. For the Wildcats, they don't play on many turf fields. The infield is turf here. The outfield is still natural grass. So the Wildcats now with 2 runners on, with Pebworth at second, Loudermilk at first. Jace Burris now up to bat, 1 for 2. He singled in his last plate appearance. Here's the first pitch to Burris. Missing upstairs is Thornburg. Wildcats trying to make some noise here with no outs at the top of the 5th inning as they trail by 7. Here's the pitch to Burris. Skips it across home plate for ball 2. The 2-0. And just clips the top of the strike zone. Burris kind of bends his knees in disbelief. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jace Burris. Here's the 2-1 from Shallentubby. Missing way outside, now 3-1. So here's the 3-1 from Shallentubby to Burris. And it hits Burris on the shoulder. So 2 walks and a hit by pitch, and the Wildcats load the bases. Again, if you're Howell, you really want to ride with Thornburg as long as you can. It's all about conserving and saving arms. Coach Womack going to call time here for the Lions as he's going to make his way out to the pitcher's mound. See what he decides to do here with a 7-run lead. And you got to try to ride these arms as long as you can, because you're going to need as many arms as possible, especially with these two teams here. Going to have to go the back door to try to punch their ticket to the state tournament. It's going to take 3 wins. I think Coach Womack was wanting a pitch number for Shallon-Tubby. It's going to bring up Colby Brown. 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts for Brown with bases loaded, no outs. The Wildcats with a really good opportunity to here to try to get some runs across, keep this thing close. They trail by 7 as the Lions have scored in every inning through the first 4 innings. Brown fouls that back into the net. Umpire took one off the crown on that foul ball. Coach Womack got the answer he was looking for. I think Shallon-Tubby is still under the pitch limit needed to keep him available throughout the day and throughout tomorrow. Again, the innings have been pretty quick. 4 in the first, 6 in the second, 4 in the third, and 5 in the fourth. So the Wildcats haven't really attacked Shallon-Tubby to get that pitch count up. This will be the 4th batter here in this inning. Be the first real threat here for the Wildcats to get some runs across the board. No out, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded for Colby Brown. Here's the 1-1. And that hits Brown in the shoulder. So 2 walks, 2 hit by pitches, and I think Coach Womack might have seen all he needs to see from Shallon-Tubby. As Pebworth comes around to score, Loudermilk moves to third, and Burris is now at second after that hit by pitch. And we are going to see a pitching change. Shallon-Tubby is done for the day. The Wildcats get 1 run across. Still no outs. It's 8-2 with a pitching change. We'll take a quick break and be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
And we're back here after the pitching change. Shallon-Tubby going 4 innings, giving up 5 hits, 7 walks, 6 strikeouts, and 2 runs for Shallon-Tubby. He is responsible for the bases loaded here for the Wildcats. Coach Womack going to go to number 5. Looks like that's Reese Harrison going to come in to pitch here for the Lions. Try to mitigate the damage here. The Wildcats trying to claw back in this. They have a 6-run deficit, but bases are loaded. They have no outs. Harrison pitched a little bit yesterday against the Wildcats there at the end of the ball game. So bases are loaded for Weston Lackey, who did get a hit in his last at bat. 1 for 2 for Lackey today. Here's the first pitch from Harrison. Strike 1. That was a really good pitch right down the middle for Harrison. Lackey ropes that into left field, and it's going to drop. That's going to score 1 and gets away from the left fielder. It's still loose. Going to score 2. Going to score 3. And Lackey's going to be held up with a 3 RBI double. And the Wildcats are not done. They're now back within 3 after that 3 RBI double for Weston Lackey. To bring up Trey Francis. Score is 8-5. The scoreboard has 6. Harrison missing on that pitch there to Francis. 1 ball, no strikes, still no outs. The Wildcats are back within 3. It's 8-5. Harrison missing upstairs. And this is an elimination game. Winner go home. The Wildcats have clawed back within 3, 8-5. As Francis now steps out of the box. Levi Beard on deck for the Wildcats. No outs here, top of the 5th inning. And slow rolls out to the shortstop. Going to be a play at first. In time for out number 1, but that does move Lackey over to third base on the fielder's choice. Bring up Levi Beard. Has 2 plate appearances. I don't think he has seen a strike. I think it's been 4 walks in, or 4-pitch walk in the 2nd and a 4-pitch walk in the 4th. And Levi is still looking for the first strike in his at-bats. Colgate with a runner at third. Still, 1 out. Harrison just paints the outside corner. There's that strike that Beard's been looking for. Lackey with a lead at third. The pitch to Beard. Fouls that into the net. Foul ball. And Beard now behind the count 0-2. Here's the pitch from Harrison. The wind up. And Beard swing and a miss, and Beard goes down via the strikeout. Seven going to try to leg that out at first base, and he does. That's a bad throw. Williams goes down trying to round first to go to second. but he does score another run. Seven Williams now with 2 RBIs on the day. The score now is 8-6. Yeah, score's 8-6. The scoreboard was wrong momentarily, but yours truly had it right. 8-6 is the score as the Colgate now rolls over to the top of the lineup with a runner on at first base, 2 outs. Colgate's got 5 runs so far. They're not out of it. In fact, you could say Big Mo has moved over to the third base dugout. That ball hit to left field, and it's going to drop for a single. Left fielder unable to make the play. That's Leatherwood out there playing left field. Let the ball bounce in front of him. And now the Wildcats have batted around here in the 5th. Back to Pebworth. Colgate with runners at first and second. Here's the pitch from Harrison. Pebworth swing and a miss. Strike 1. Two outs. Here's the pitch from Harrison. Missing low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Colgate doing exactly what they needed to do here to extend this ball game. It's 8-6. They got Shallon-Tubby out of the game. Shallon-Tubby had pitched pretty well up until this inning. Harrison missing on the outside corner. Two balls and 2 strikes here to Pebworth. Loudermilk on deck. Pebworth drew a walk in his to start the inning, this inning. And Pebworth swing and a miss on the changeup. And the Wildcats go down, but they do put up 5 runs in the 5th. To bring it to within a 2-run lead for Howell, it's 8-6 as we move to the home half of the 5th. We'll take a break and be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
This is Eric Studeville inviting you to buy the Studeville way.
Whether you're looking for open roads
or you like them built tough,
there is only one way to buy your vehicle.
And that's the Studeville way.
Studeville Chevrolet, 851 Westside Drive in Durant, and StudevilleChevrolet.com.
And Studeville Ford, 1601 South Mississippi in Atoka, and StudevilleFord.net.
The Studeville family of dealerships,
proudly serving you and your communities.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And we're back here with a pitching change for the Wildcats. Colby Brown going to go to the mound in relief of Jet Walkup. Walkup finishing the day, giving up 9 hits, 8 runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts in 4 innings pitched. As it'll be Harrison, I believe it's Harrison, Payne, and Scott will be the first 3 hitters here in this inning. Defense looks like it stays the same. Yeah, defense stays the same. Brown coming in to pitch here in relief. And the first pitch is a strike. Second pitch is a ball to Reese Harrison. He had a sacrifice bunt there in the first inning. Or excuse me, back in his last at bat, my apologies. Brown gets that strike two. Brown with the windup. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. And Brown gets a strikeout of Harrison. Brown missing on that first pitch to Payne. Payne 2 for 2 today, has a triple, a single, and 3 RBIs. Has also scored a run from the 8-hole. Hits that ball hard to Loudermilk, and he dives and makes the play at first base. Diving out of your view there at first base, and was able to make the catch for out number 2. What an athletic play there for Easton Loudermilk at first base. To get out number 2. That ball was hit pretty hard. Loudermilk had to lay out in foul territory to get that ball, and he did just that. Now Scott gets underneath that one, fouls it up to Lackey at shortstop, and it's 3 up, 3 down. And the Wildcats do exactly what they needed to do after putting up 5 runs in the 5th. It's a 3 up, 3 down for Howell, and we move to the top of the 6th inning. We'll take a break and be right back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance agent Lucinda Holland can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling agent Lucinda Holland at 580-889-3744 to find out how she can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Lucinda Holland.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Brown's Funeral Service in Atoka, Colgate, Durant, and Medill are proud to be a part of the communities they serve. Since 1994, Brown's Funeral Service has proudly supported nonprofits, police and fire departments, local military members, and area schools. The staff at Brown's Funeral Service takes great pride in these endeavors because they realize it's more than being in business. It's about being a thread in the fabric of our community. Brown's Funeral Service, where service begins but never ends.
And we're back here, top of the 6th inning, my apologies. Colgate Wildcats got 5 runs in the 5th and then a 3 up, 3 down of the Howell Lions. And the Wildcats take momentum to start the 6th inning here. Wildcats trailing by 2 here in this elimination contest. The last inning, the bottom of the 5th, was the first time that Howell has been shut out in an inning so far today. Easton Loudermilk now up to bat for the Wildcats. He'll start things here in the 6th. He's walked in his last 2 plate appearances, did score a run in the last inning as Reese Harrison back on the bump for the Lions. As Shallentubby was forced out of the game, I think still has numbers left, as Coach Womack, I believe, was trying to save Shallentubby for the next game. But once Reese Harrison came in, kind of the floodgates opened up for the Wildcats. They were able to load the bases in the last inning with no outs and had done something they hadn't done a lot of here in this tournament, was get runners in scoring position, as Harrison falls behind 2-0 here to Loudermilk. Here's the 2-0. That ball hits softly to third base. Tony comes up, makes the throw, and a nice dig at first base there by Mead. Excuse me, that's not Mead. That's Shallentubby at first base. My apologies. Meade is the one who threw the ball from third base, so defensive changes there. So Meade is at third base. Shallentubby at first base. I believe Tony moved over to shortstop. Burris squares up the bunt, pulls it back now, ball one. Harrison missing up high, ball two. Jace Burris gets underneath that one, pops it up in the shallow center field. Going back is Tony making the catch for out number two. Thought he might have lost it momentarily. That'll bring up number 11. That's Colby Brown. Colby was hit by a pitch. Got credit for an RBI because bases were loaded in the last at bat after he was tagged in the shoulder by Harrison. Harrison missing upstairs. Ball one. But Brown 0 for 2 has 2 strikeouts. Weston Lackey on deck. Harrison missing inside, ball two. Here's the windup from Harrison. Swung on, hit hard. Right into the glove of a diving third baseman. That's Shane Meade making the play over at third base, making the diving play. He said Loudermilk can do it at first, I can do it at third, and it's 3 up, 3 down for the Wildcats as we move to the home half of the 6th inning. We'll take a break and be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
And we are back here in Cashion, Oklahoma, to the home half of the 6th inning after a 3 up, 3 down now from both teams. As Brown came in relief of the last half inning, and was able to get Howell to go down 3 up, 3 down. And then Harrison was able to get Loudermilk, Burris, and Brown to get 3 up, 3 down. So the Wildcats now down to the final 3 outs. The next time they're up to bat. But it's the top of the lineup here for the Lions. Tony, Dalton, and Meade. Tony 1 for 3 today. Lined out in the first inning, single in the second inning, and popped it up in the fourth. Brown back on the pitcher's mound for the Wildcats. First pitch to Tony, takes advantage of that, hits it hard out to center field, over the head of Pebworth, and going to roll to the fence. That'll be at least a double, and Tony is going to be sliding into third base for a triple and gets away from him and bounces off the dugout back into play. And that'll be a leadoff triple for Wesley Tony. That's how you start things if you're the Howell Lions. Put the pressure back on the Wildcats. Here in this elimination game for both teams. Both teams fighting for their season. And that ball carried. Again, the wind blowing 25, 30 miles an hour. Straight dead center field. Ethan Dalton up to bat. He had a double in his last at bat. 2 for 3 for Dalton today. A single, a double, 2 runs scored. So Dalton playing well here in the 2 spot for the Lions. Here's the windup from Brown. The pitch. Missing low, ball 1. And that ball roped out the left center field, and that's going to easily score Tony from third. Pebworth going over from his left to his right and makes the throw in, and that's back-to-back doubles for Dalton. As the Lions are starting to pepper the ball here. Out to the outfield, a triple and a double and back-to-back batters here for Howe. First pitch to Meade is a strike. Score now 9-6. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Brown throwing home, missing inside, ball 1. Dalton with a lead at second. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Brown. That ball hit hard down the third base line and through the glove of Francis. That's going to roll into the outfield. Dalton being waved around third. Williams comes up throwing into second base. And that'll be a RBI single for Meade. Score now 10-6. Still no outs here in the 6th inning. Thornburg hits at the right field, and Burris gets under it, makes the play at first, or excuse me, makes the out in right field. And tagging up there at first base is Meade. For out number 1, that'll be bring up Hayden Shallentubby. Shallentubby 1 of 2, grounded out in the first inning. Had a single, scored a run in the third, and then struck out in his last plate appearance. 1 of 2 strikeouts for Jet Walkup today. As Howell now pushes the lead back to 4, 10-6 lead, as Brown bounces that across home plate and does move Meade from first to second. Brown sends the first pitch to Shallentubby as a strike. Howe with another runner in scoring position as Meade has a lead at second base. Brown looking over his right shoulder now, throwing it home. Shallentubby hits that, and it's going to tail off into foul territory down the third base line. Here's the 1-2 from Brown. Shallentubby hits that down the third base line and just foul. I mean, just a few feet to the left of the third base line. By about 3 feet foul. One ball, 2 strikes. 1 out. Here's the pitch to Shallentubby. A slow roller to Burris at second. Comes up, throws, makes the out at first base for out number 2. A fielder's choice out there by Shallentubby, but it does advance the runner. Meade now at third base. Barnhart now up to bat for the Lions with 2 outs. Gets underneath that one, pops it up into foul territory for strike 1. Howell looking for another insurance run. Swing and a miss by Barnhart, strike 2. Here's the 0-2, and Brown bounces out across home plate, ball 1. And strike 3 on the inside call. Brown gets his first strikeout, and Barnhart goes down looking. But the Lions get 2 runs back as they take a 4-run lead into the top of the 7th inning. The Wildcats down to their final 3 outs. Do they have 4 or 5 runs left in them? We'll find out when we return right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
As Oklahomans, we look out for one another, and at Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, it's no different. With agents like Kevin Haney right here in Cole County, we always have someone close at hand with the advice and guidance you need to help you find affordable coverage and products for your home, auto, farm and ranch, business, life, and annuities. Please call Kevin Haney at 580-927-2324 or visit okfbinsurance.com today. Life insurance and annuity products offered through Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company. Property and casualty products are offered through Oklahoma Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance and affiliated companies. Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, made of and made for Oklahomans.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma for the top of the 7th inning. Lance Butler Field, home of the defending 2025 Class 2A state baseball champions, the Cashion Wildcats, on the campus of Cashion High School. Well, the Colgate Wildcats are down to their final 3 outs here as they trail by 4 in the top of the 7th inning. Harrison goes back to the bump for the Howell Lions. It will be Lackey, Francis, and Beard up to bat here for the Wildcats. Wildcats did have a 5-run 5th inning. And then a critical 3 up, 3 down in the 6th inning after having taken all the momentum back from Howell. So here's the first batter, Lackey, up to bat here in the 7th inning. That was a good frame there by Thornburg. Did not get the call. Be ball 1 to Lackey. Lackey, back-to-back hits in his last 2 at-bats, has a single and a double. 3 RBIs. Did clear the bases for Lackey in his last at-bat. The big double. Harrison knots up the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Lackey hits that ball out to left center field, and it's going to drop. Kind of out there in no man's land for a leadoff single for Lackey. Since Lackey's strikeout in the 2nd inning, he's 3 for 3 with 2 singles and a double, 3 RBIs and a run scored. So Lackey kind of seeing the ball now. But the Wildcats need runners as they trail by 4. Levi Trey Francis now batting. I don't know what I was looking at. Trey Francis had a fielder's choice out there in the last inning. He's ahead in the count now, 2-0. Francis walked in the 2nd inning, did score a run, had a sacrifice bunt in the 4th, and then a fielder's choice out in the 5th. Here's the pitch from Harrison. There's a strike. Now 2 balls, 1 strike, no out. Lackey with a lead at first. Here's the 2-1 missing. Now 3 balls and 1 strike. Francis looking for his first hit of the day. Or is 1 ball away from another walk. Here's the windup from Harrison. There goes Lackey. Strike, throw down to second, not in time, and the 6'2" stature of Lackey slides into second base with ease as the Wildcats steal a base on Thornburg. But here's the payoff pitch for Trey Francis. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Here's the payoff from Harrison. It's upstairs. Ball 4. The Wildcats not going down quietly. It'll bring up the catcher, Levi Beard. Has 2 walks and a strikeout today for Beard. Beard steps over to the right side of the plate, the left-handed hitter for the Wildcats. Again, looking for his first hit of the day. Wildcats with 2 ducks on the pond. Harrison just paints the outside corner for strike 1. It'll be Seven Williams on deck, who is the hottest hitter that the Wildcats have, the 9-hole. He's 3 for 3 today with 2 singles and a double, 2 RBIs on deck. But Beard swings through that one and misses, now behind 0-2. If Beard can find a way on, you've got the best case scenario so far with Seven Williams on deck. Here's the 0-2 to Beard. And Beard swinging a miss, and down goes Beard on a strikeout for out number 1. Seven Williams now at the bat again, 3 for 3 on the day, 2 singles, a double, 2 RBIs for Seven Williams. With the top of the lineup now on deck, Jet Burris. Here's the pitch from Harrison. Bounces it across home plate, and Thornburg pushes it out front for ball 1. Some high clouds now starting to move in from the west, northwest. That'd be left to right on your radio dial. Harrison with a windup. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. That's a good pitch there. 7 takes a strike now, evens the count as Harrison, 1 ball, 1 strike. Howell nursing a 4-run lead here as the Wildcats are now down to their final 2 outs here on their season. Harrison looking over his right shoulder, now throws home. Almost behind Williams. 2 balls, 1 strike. Lackey has got Harrison's attention at second base. Again, Harrison looking over his right shoulder at second, now throws home. Williams slowly hits that ball into the Howell dugout. Lions go running out. Evens the count up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jet Burris on deck for the Wildcats. Did have a single in his last at bat. And here's the 2-2 from Harrison. Williams pops that up to shortstop. And the batter is out. So the Wildcats now down to their final out as the top of the lineup comes up with Jet Burris. Burris 1 for 3, did have a single in his last at bat in the 5th inning, a strikeout in the 4th, a strikeout in the 2nd, and a walk in the 1st. It was a leadoff walk to start the game for the Wildcats. Here's the first pitch to Burris. Really nice pitch right down Broadway from Harrison for strike 1. Burris trying to extend the game here. Howell trying to close the door on the Wildcats to face a different set of Wildcats. And Harrison now ahead in the count 0-2. The defending state champions await the winner of this game. Will it be against the Lions or the Wildcats? Here's the 0-2 pitch to Burris, and misses inside. Gets away from Thornburg, and the runners will advance. So Lackey now moves over to third base. Francis now at second. Wildcats with 2 runners in scoring position. Anything hit to the outfield would probably score both. But Burris is behind as Harrison steps off the rubber. Clears his head, looking for the final strike. Here's the windup. The 1-2, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit back up the middle. Tony diving at the shortstop and pulls the first baseman off the bag. I believe he's safe, and he is. Tony making a diving stop at shortstop, but then wide right throws Shalantubby off the bag, scores Lackey. Burris with an RBI single. As Pebworth steps into the box. First pitch to Pebworth is a strike. 10-7, 2 outs. Pebworth walked in his last at bat. Runners on the corners for the Wildcats. As Harrison steps off, Francis retreats back to third base. Again, 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning, the Wildcats trailing by 3, the tying run at home plate. That pitch way upside. One ball, 1 strike. Easton Loudermilk on deck for the Wildcats. Here's the pitch. Pebworth hits that back to shortstop, or to the second baseman, and it's out of his glove. He loses it momentarily, and a run scores, and the Wildcats are still alive. Back-to-back RBI singles for the Wildcats. As I think the running of Burris, who did not interfere, wasn't in the way, I think momentarily took Barnhart's eyes off the ball. Now the go-ahead run up to the plate in Easton Loudermilk. Here's the pitch to Loudermilk. Missing upstairs, just barely. Ball 1. Jace Burris on deck. Loudermilk grounded out in his last at bat. In the previous inning, Wildcats trail by 2. Here's the pitch from Harrison. Right down the middle for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wildcats have the go-ahead run at home plate. Trailing by 2, they have 2 runners on. 2 outs. Wildcats down to their final out. Here's the pitch from Harrison. Swing and a miss. Excuse me, I guess they called it a foul ball, as Loudermilk went chasing that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes as the wind picks up here momentarily. Again, blowing hard right out to dead center field. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Harrison. Awaiting the call from Thornburg. Gets the call he likes. Looks back at Burris at second base. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and hit hard into the dugout. Foul ball. Bounces back into play. Loudermilk trying to keep the season alive for the Wildcats. Howell trying to advance to play Cashion up next. The Wildcats, they'd like to do the same thing. The tying run at first base. Harrison shakes off 2 calls, now shakes off 3 calls. Finds the one he likes. Here's the call from Thornburg. Here's the windup, the pitch, the hit out to right center field. Is it going to stay fair? What's the call? What's the call? It was right at foul. It was right in foul territory. That's a home run. Are they going to call it a home run? That was right over the foul pole. I don't know how you make this call. The umpire calls it a home run, and the Wildcats take a one-run lead. Easton Loudermilk takes a one-run lead with one hit. How about that? Down to the final strike on the season. The final strike on the season. And Easton Loudermilk gives a one-run lead. Now, the game's not over. Game's not over. How's the home team? Coach Womack not happy as he comes blowing out of the dugout. That ball was hit right at the foul pole, went over the foul pole. I believe it's 3:15 out to the foul pole, and Loudermilk with a home run. He's going to bring up Jace Burris as Harrison tries to calm things down as the Wildcats take a one-run lead on one swing from Easton Loudermilk. Burris back up to the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. And I know y'all can't see that at home. It's a dead part of the camera view, but Burris chasing that one, missing. Strike 2. Here's the windup from Harrison. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Burris. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Burris swing and a miss, and Burris goes down. But the damage is done as the Wildcats in Easton Loudermilk take a 1-run lead for the first time today to the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll take a quick break. Now Howe is down to their final 3 outs. We'll take a break. Be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Looking for the perfect outfit or a unique gift? Visit Triple Heart Boutique. The latest trends in women and children's clothing, stylish accessories, and charming decor. Show your team pride with their exclusive Spirit Wear collection. Need an energy boost? Stop by for one of their refreshing teas and stay glowing all year long with their tanning and red light beds. Open Tuesday through Friday from 6 to 6 and Saturday 10 till 2. Visit Triple Heart Boutique at 117 North Main Street in Colgate.
This is Eric Studeville inviting you to buy the Studeville way.
Whether you're looking for open roads
or you like them built tough,
there is only one way to buy your vehicle.
And that's the Studeville way.
Studeville Chevrolet, 851 Westside Drive in Durant, and StudevilleChevrolet.com.
And Studeville Ford, 1601 South Mississippi in Atoka, and StudevilleFord.net.
The Studeville family of dealerships,
proudly serving you and your communities.
And we're back. The dramatics are here. Who needs reality TV? You got it right here in Cashion, Oklahoma. Easton Loudermilk takes a 1-swing home run right over the right field foul pole. It was hit hard. It was just a matter of whether or not it stayed fair long enough. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think the fact that the wind is kind of blowing out held that ball up long enough to get over the foul pole down the right field line. And the Wildcats, now with the only and first lead of the game that they have a 1-run lead, and now Brown is actually he's in the game, not in relief, but now trying to get the win here. As for the Lions, they will have Harrison, Payne, and Scott, the 7, 8, 9 hitters. The last time these 3 were up, it was 3 up, 3 down. So now the Wildcats with 3 outs away from advancing to play the Cashion Wildcats immediately following this game. But Howell going to try to walk this off. Here's the first pitch to Brown, low, ball 1. Takes 2 runs to win it for Howell, takes 1 to get the extra innings. Here's a slow chopper to Francis at third, comes up, throws to first, in time for out number 1. Bring up Cashion Payne. Payne 2 for 3, had an RBI triple, scored a run in the second, had a 2 RBI single in the third, and then lined out in his last at bat. Howell now down to their final 2 outs. Here's the windup from Brown. Inside for strike 1. Payne now back into the box. Here's the 0-1 from Brown. Swung on, hit hard down the first base line, strike 2. So now Brown ahead in the count 0-2. The score is correct. It is 11-10, bottom of the 7th inning. Howell down to their final 2 outs. Brown ahead 0-2. Here's the windup from Brown. Missing outside, ball 1. The 1-2 pitch. Low, ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, low, ball 3. Howell trying to get the tying run on base. They'd really like to get back to the top of the lineup with Tony, but he's 2 batters away. Missing low, and that's how they get started. Payne with a walk down to first base. It's going to bring up the 9 spot. Aiden Scott popped it up in his last at bat. Aiden looking for his first hit of the day. Had a sacrifice RBI fly in the 2nd inning, grounded out in the 3rd, and popped it up in the 5th in his last at bat. We'll see how aggressive the base running gets here for Howell, as they're going to try to they've got to try to get 1 across to extend the game. Scott ahead in the count, 1-0. Here's the windup from Brown. Swung on, popped down the third base line and out of play. Aiden now back into the box. Left-handed hitter for the Lions. 1 ball, 1 strike. The windup from Brown. Missing inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Again, the dangerous Wesley Tony on deck for the Lions. Tony 2 for 4 today, but he had a triple in his last at bat. Scott rips that down into right field, and it's going to drop. And being waved around second and sliding into third base, and the tying run now 90 feet away at third base. The go-ahead winning run now at first base. As Howell now flips the order, now back to the top of the lineup. Wesley Tony, Ethan Dalton has back-to-back doubles in his last 2 at-bats. Dalton 3 of 4 today for Dalton. He's on deck. 1 out for Colby Brown and the Wildcats. Tony steps into the box. Here's the first pitch to Tony, and Brown paints the outside corner for strike 1. Lots of drama here in Cashion, ladies and gentlemen. 2 teams not wanting to go home. 2 more outs. Someone's going to have to. Brown steps off the bag. Fake throws over to third. Scott, the go-ahead run at first base. The tying run 90 feet away at third. Here's the windup from Brown. Missing outside, ball 1. I'd say anything into the gap in the outfield could spell disaster for the Wildcats. Tony, the 1-1 pitch. Gets the outside corner call. Is Brown 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 from Brown. The pitch. Missing. There goes the runner down to second. He's going to slide in safe, but the runner at third did not go. So a stolen base now. Now the winning run at second base. Anything in the outfield will win the ball game. Outfield now playing up a little bit. Here's the 2-2. Tony hits that ball to center field. Should score 1. Throw into home is not going to be in time, but it will tie the ball game and will at least get to extra innings. As the sacrifice RBI fly to dead center field, Tony does his job. Now still the winning run, but a hot hitter for the Lions up to bat. Last 2 at-bats for Dalton have resulted in doubles. Hits that ball, pops it up, though. It's into the shortstop and going under it. Making the catch is Lackey, and we're going to play free baseball, ladies and gentlemen. Tied at 11. Dalton pops it up to the shortstop, and we play extra innings. We'll take a quick break and catch our breath right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance agent Lucinda Holland can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling agent Lucinda Holland at 580-889-3744 to find out how she can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Lucinda Holland.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
And we are back here, top of the 8th inning, extra inning baseball here in Cashion in this elimination contest. Neither team wanting to go home as Howell gets just enough. Get just enough. They get 1 run to tie things up. I'm trying to do the math here. 1 run to tie things up here. As the Wildcats have had 2 big innings. They've had a 5-run 5th and a 5-run 7th. And Harrison back on the bump here for the Lions as Colby Brown will start things off here in the 8th inning. Again, Howell the home team, so they will get a chance to bat again. Good pitch there from Harrison. Strike 2, and he's ahead in the count 0-2 to Brown. Brown lined out, was hit by a pitch back in the 5th inning. Brown hits that to Tony at shortstop. Comes up, makes the throw in time for out number 1. bring up Weston Lackey. Again, we talked about the Lackey really seeing the ball now his last three at bats, 3 for 3, 2 singles, a double, 3 RBIs, and 2 runs scored for Weston Lackey. So playing pretty well here the last 3 at bats. Here's the first pitch to Lackey from Harrison. Good block there from Thornburg. That pitch inside, ball 2. Now 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the 2-0. Inside, ball 3. Three balls, no strikes here. Lackey ahead in the count. Here's the 3-0 pitch from Harrison. Swing and a miss from Lackey. 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, 1 out. Harrison shaking off the sign, now finds the one he likes. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Lackey gets underneath that one, pops it up to the first baseman in foul territory, and Meade makes the catch, Shallentubby, my apologies, makes the catch for out number 3. As that'll bring up Trey Francis. He walked in his last at bat. Trey looking for his first hit of the day. Has a couple of walks, a fielder's choice ground out, and a sacrifice bunt to move a runner over. But Francis looking for his first hit. Here's the windup from Harrison as the clouds have kind of, again, developing more toward the north and west. Some shade now covering Lance Butler Field here in Cashion. Wind continues to blow, and Harrison is now behind in the count 2-0 to Francis. Levi Beard on deck for the Wildcats. Here's the 2-0. Right down the middle, strike 1 for Harrison. 2 home runs on the day, 1 for Howe and 1 for Colgate. Here's the pitch. Just missing inside is Francis. Now 3 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs. Harrison trying to get out of the inning with a 3-up, 3-down. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And it bounces outside for ball 4. It'll bring up the catcher, Levi Beard. Levi has 2 walks and 2 strikeouts and 4 plate appearances for the Wildcats. Harrison trying to get this final out here in the 8th inning. Here's the windup. Beard swings through that one, strike 1. Francis with the lead at first. Here's the second pitch to Beard upstairs, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, the wind blowing out, dead center field, 375 to center field. Here's the 1-1. Beard hits that back into the net for strike 2. Again, this game been full of dramatics here in the last couple of innings. Beard going to step out, call time. The Wildcats trailed 8-5 going into the 6th inning. In fact, they trailed 8-1 going into the 5th. Woo, that was a really good pitch. They say Beard went around for strike 3. And that's how we end the inning on a check swing go around from Beard. Didn't think it was a check swing. I thought the umpire just missed the call. It looked like a strike from here. Anyway, that's strike 3. Wildcats get none across. We move to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Can Hal send this home? Or are we going to do another inning? We'll find out right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Brown's Funeral Service in Atoka, Colgate, Durant, and Medill are proud to be a part of the communities they serve. Since 1994, Brown's Funeral Service has proudly supported nonprofits, police and fire departments, local military members, and area schools. The staff at Brown's Funeral Service takes great pride in these endeavors because they realize it's more than being in business. It's about being a thread in the fabric of our community. Brown's Funeral Service, where service begins but never ends.
When it comes to gifts that wow them, start your journey at the Flower Garden at 32 North Main in Colgate. Whether it's planning that big event or you just remembered your wedding anniversary midway through the workday, the Flower Garden can get the gift you need right and on time. Follow the Flower Garden on Facebook or book online 24/7 at theflowergardencolgate.com. The Flower Garden, proudly serving Colgate and surrounding areas since 1945.
Now they can. And we're back here in Cashion after a 4-pitch walk to Shane Mead, which wasn't necessarily a bad idea. Mead, the only home run of the day. Now the winning run standing at first base after having a runner now checking in for Mead. The winning run at first base. Here's the windup from Brown. Again, all Hal needs is one run to win the ball game. Here's the pitch from Brown, low and in, outside, ball one. For Micah Thornburg, again, 2 walks for Micah Thornburg today. Popped it up in his last at bat, grounded out in the first inning. Swing and a miss. Thornburg went chasing on that one. Hayden Shallentubby on deck. Cooper McLean is the runner now at first base for Howell. Beard doing a good job keeping that ball from getting away. You cannot give Howell any extra bases on pass balls. So Cooper McLean, the winning run for the Lions at first base. Came in and running for Meade. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Brown. Gets the outside corner now, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's the 2-2, the windup, the pitch, swing on, and a foul ball. Thornburg staying alive, fouling it back off the backstop here behind home plate. 11-11 is the score. The Wildcats have outscored Howell 10-3 since the start of the 5th inning. Here's the windup from Brown. The pitch, outside, ball 3. Again, it just takes one to win, so anything that happens after McLean is just eye dressing. All it does is advance him closer to home plate for the Wildcats. Here's the full count. There goes McLean, swung on and foul tipped. McLean's gonna have to go back. McLean was running. Full count, no outs. Colby Brown pitching now for the Wildcats. Winning run at first base. That's McLean doing the running for Meade. The throw back to first base, and they're going to get McLean in a pickle. Throw down to Lackey. Back to first base to Loudermilk. Trying to get the out here as it's going to be back and forth, back and forth. McLean now going to second, and it's getting closer. Lackey going to try to run him down, and he does. The Wildcats tag him out on a base running error by Howell as they had the winning run at first base. McLean got caught in a pickle, and the Wildcats get an out. That's huge for Colgate. It was good defense plays there by the Wildcats to get McLean, and Lackey finally chasing McLean down for out number 1. Now back to Thornburg, pops it up toward Loudermilk at first base, looking up and making the catch in foul territory for out number 2. McLean got too far out on first base, and kudos to Brown for seeing that, throwing it down to Loudermilk, and it caused McLean to have to go back or go to second because he was going to be tagged out at first anyway. Hayden Shallentubby up to bat. 1 for 4 today for Shallentubby. Brown just missing outside, ball 1. The 1-0 to Shallentubby. There's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That ball roped right back up the middle, and Howell staying alive. That ball rolls into the outfield. We'll bring up Brett Barnhart. Barnhart 1 for 4 today, popped it up in the second, had an RBI single, scored a run in the third, popped up in the fourth, and then struck out in the 6th inning in his last plate appearance. That pitch upstairs from Brown. So again now for Howell, the winning run back at first base, but 2 outs. Barnhart, the hit, pops it up, and it's going to go into foul territory, out of play for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two outs. Here's the windup, the pitch, right back up the middle, and it's going to get into the outfield as well. Shallentubby moves another 90 feet. The winning run now in scoring position. Barnhart does his job, moves the runner over. That'll bring up Reese Harrison. He grounded out in his last at bat. Harrison got on base via a walk in the second inning, scored a run, had a sacrifice bunt in the third, struck out in the fifth, and then grounded out in his last plate appearance in the sixth inning. The winning run at second base. A pitch from Brown missing, ball one. Tensions are high here in Cashion. Both natives are restless. The home fans making the trip here from Howell and Colgate. The winning run with a lead at second. Here's the pitch from Brown. And missing outside, ball two. Colgate desperately needing one more out to go to another set of extra innings. Harrison trying to end the game here. Anything hitting the outfield will probably win the ball game. That strike down the middle for strike one. Two balls, one strike, two outs. Bottom of the eighth inning. An outfield hit will win the game. But Harrison pops it up. It's going to be close. Is it going to get out? And it will go on top of the first base dugout, out of play. But Brown tried to stop. He ran over there, slid, and now Brown is coming up gingerly, walking back to the mound. Again, Brown sustained an injury late in the year, still trying to get over that. Brown walking gingerly as he slid into the first base dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to Harrison. We got a time call. Umpire is going to take time, let Brown throw one pitch here. Make sure he's okay. Makes the pitch, looks good. Now we're back to play. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. High drama here in Cashion, Lance Butler Field. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Brown to Harrison. Swung on, slow roller to Lackey at second. Comes up, makes the toss over to second base for out number 3, and we'll play another set of extra innings. We will move to the top of the 9th inning when we return right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
The RX shop is now under new ownership. Jason and Sedana Lanig and their 2 daughters are longtime residents of Caney and are looking forward to continuing the same great service for you and your family. They're excited for this opportunity to serve our community and invite you to let them help you with your healthcare needs. Call 580-889-3331, 580-889-3331, or come by 872 West 13th Street in Atoka. RX Shop thanks you for shopping local.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
So as we move to the top of the 9th inning, we're trying to figure out if it's now time for an international tiebreaker. I know the Howell coach was wanting no part of that. I'm going to take my headphones off to see if I can figure out kind of what the call is. So the audio is on. I'm trying to figure out what the call is here. As we move to the top of the 9th inning, we are in extra innings here. I think they're trying to get some clarification on what should happen here as we move to the 9th inning. just to update you guys at home, we are trying to get clarification from the OSSA office about the international tiebreak rule, which would mean a runner would start on second base. The last out of the previous inning would start on second base. So let's see what the call is here. Umpire going down to the first base line. They may Okay, so the call is we're going to play as is here in the ninth. If they get a call back from the OSSA office, they may start it in the 10th inning, the international tiebreak rule. But as of right now, it is just still waiting word. I think Coach Mounts is on the Cashion head coach. He's on the phone with the OSSAA. Just wanting they're needing clarification is all they're wanting to do here. Okay, so all we know here in the ninth, it is just normal regulation rules here. No runners on. Colgate will have 7 Williams lead off hitting here in the top of the ninth inning here in this extra inning. Harrison still on the bump for the Wildcats. Or excuse me, for the Lions, my apologies. Williams now batting. Fouls that down the third base line for strike 2, excuse me. 0-2 is the count. Thornburg unable to stop that ball, but no harm, no foul. Gets behind him to the backstop. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the next game was supposed to start about 15 minutes ago. So way behind here with a couple of extra innings here as we start the ninth inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes here to 7 Williams. Williams slow rolls that one over to third base. That's Meade, comes up throwing, not in time. No, they do. They do. That's a good throw there from Meade to third. They do get Williams just by about a half a step on that ground out. That was a good throw there from Shane Meade. Played really, really well here in this elimination game for the Howe Lions. That'll bring us back to the top of the lineup. Number 35, Jet Burris. His last 2 at-bats have both been singles. Has struck out twice, has scored a run, and has 1 RBI. Does have 1 walk to his credit here. Harrison, first pitch was a ball. Second pitch is a ball as well, as Harrison slips and falls. That's the second pitcher we've seen slip and fall from the mound here today. Burris back into the box. Harrison missing high. Now 3 balls. No strikes. Harrison came in the 5th inning. And that's a 4-pitch walk to Burris. Go ahead run now at first base for the Wildcats. That'll bring up Cato Pebworth. Cato 2 for 3, 2 singles, 2 runs scored, a walk, and a strikeout for Pebworth today. His last at bat was a single back in the 7th inning. There goes Burris. Bunt laid down. Going down to Meade. Meade coming up throwing and not in time. It gets away. Rolls into the outfield. Pebworth being waved around to second base. Burris being waved around third. Now being held up. He falls down. Got to hurry back and slides into third base. And a bunt with a bad throw from the third baseman. Meade gets away from the first baseman. As Pebworth gets all the way to second base, Burris now at third. One out here in the top of the 9th inning. Easton Loudermilk, his last at bat, you might remember, resulted in a 3-run go-ahead home run over the right field foul pole. And they're going to intentionally walk Loudermilk. If you've been following slow pitch softball, you know what that looks like. They're going to intentionally walk Loudermilk. So now the force is at any bag. Jace Burris now up to bat. Burris did strike out in his last at bat. Burris with 2 strikeouts today, was hit by a pitch, popped it up, and has a single. Does have 1 run scored. Bases are loaded with Wildcats, 1 out. Here's the pitch from Harrison. How much gas does he have left in the tank? Missing outside, ball 1. Again, Harrison's been pitching since the 5th inning. He's pitched longer than the starter, Shallentubby, and Harrison misses again. 2 balls, no strikes. If it's in the infield, they're obviously throwing it home. They've got to do everything they can do to keep runners from scoring. Here's the 2-0. That ball hit and through the glove of the first baseman, rolls into the outfield. Going to score 1. Pebworth being waved around 3. Going to score 2. And Loudermilk's going to be caught in a pickle at third base. And he's going to be tagged out at second for out number 2. But the Wildcats do get 2 runs across in Burris and in Pebworth. Loudermilk's going to be tagged out. Jace Burris will be credited with a double. But the Wildcats put 2 runs on to retake the lead. Once I put it in the right scoreboard. 13-11 here in the top of the 9th inning. Now 2 outs for Colby Brown. Colby Brown's been on base 1 time today. He was hit by a pitch back in the 5th inning. Has struck out twice, has lined out, and has ground out. So Colby looking for his first hit today. Brown hits that over to shortstop, and it threw Tony's glove, but does recover quickly to keep the run from scoring. Burris now at third base, and Brown is on safely at first base. Going to bring up Weston Lackey. Lackey is 3 of 5 today, 2 singles, a double, has 3 RBIs and 2 runs scored. For Weston Lackey, runners on the corners with 2 outs. Colgate already with a 2-run lead here in the top of the 9th. Harrison missing outside, ball 1. You know, I'm not sure who Hal pitched against Watonga last night. No, they pitched Meade against Colgate. They started the game with Shallentubby. Harrison has pitched 5 1/3 innings. 5 2/3, excuse me. Here's the pitch to Lackey. Lackey hits that on a rope down the first base line and innocently goes into foul territory on no play. Lackey now back into the box. I believe the count is 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. There goes Brown. Lackey gets underneath it, pops it up to the shortstop. That's Tony, and he makes the play for out number 3. But the Wildcats get 2 runs across, and they'll take a 2-run lead into the bottom of the 9th inning. We'll take a quick break and see if Hal has more miracles in him. Can they tie the ball game or outright win it? We'll find out right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma for the home half of the 9th inning. As temperatures continue to move up, now at 85 degrees here in Cashion. Wind continues to blow 20 to 25. As you can see the flag from the camera view, it's actually sitting still right now for the first time today. Hal's got to have at least 2 to keep playing. 3 runs will win the game, and they will have the 8-9-1 hitters, starting with Cashion Payne, who drew a walk in his last at bat. And the first pitch from Brown is a ball. Payne has a single and a triple to his credit today. 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Drew a walk in his last at bat. Here's the pitch from Brown. Missing low. Ball 3. Now 3-0 is the count. Brown finds the sign he likes. Here's the 3-0. And it falls in for strike 1. Now 3 balls and 1 strike here to Cashion Payne here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Colgate nursing a 2-run lead. Here's the 3-1. Swung on, fouled. I believe it took Beard on the inside thigh there. He's up walking it off. It's back to now a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cashion Payne, number 22. Here's the payoff pitch. And gets Payne looking on a strikeout. Colgate now needs 2 outs to advance to play Cashion. Aiden Scott now up to bat. The dangerous Wesley Toney up to bat, or excuse me, on deck. Tony, Dalton, Meade, they lurk in the shadows. That ball hit hard out to left field, and it's caught. A sliding catch out in left field. Seven Williams on that line out. Now the Wildcats need 1 out to advance to play the Cashion Wildcats. The dangerous Wesley Toney now up to bat. Toney has a single, a triple, a run scored, and a sacrifice RBI fly in his last at bat. Wildcats don't really want to get to Ethan Dalton or Shane Meade. Toney hits that back up the middle, and they are be a tough play. Lackey and does not make the throw to first in time. That was tough running there by Toney on that single. That was going to be a really tough play for Lackey. That ball was hit right behind second base. Lackey had to cover a lot of ground to get there. So the tying run now up to home plate. Ethan Dalton, 2 doubles today, a single, 3 runs scored, an RBI. And Brown goes right at him with a strike. 2 outs. Colgate needs 1 more to complete the comeback. Here's the pitch from Brown. Low, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brown looking over his left shoulder at first base. Hits that ball back to Burris at second base. There's going to be a play at first, and that's it. It's out number 3, and the Colgate Wildcats come back to beat the Howell Lions to advance to play the Cashion Wildcats here in about 30 minutes. The Wildcats come back to win, and they eliminate the Howell Lions. We'll take a quick break and be back here. We'll catch our breath. The Wildcats play another one. We'll take a quick break and be right back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
This is Eric Studeville inviting you to buy the Studeville way.
Whether you're looking for open roads
or you like them built tough,
there is only one way to buy your vehicle.
And that's the Studeville way.
Studeville Chevrolet, 851 Westside Drive in Durant, and StudevilleChevrolet.com.
And Studeville Ford, 1601 South Mississippi in Atoka, and StudevilleFord.net.
The Studeville family of dealerships,
proudly serving you and your communities.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And that'll do it for game number 4. The Colgate Wildcats survive and advance with a 13-11 win in 9 innings. The Wildcats will now play Cashion. They'll have to beat Cashion twice. So for the Wildcats, now 2 wins away from the state tournament, but the number 3 team and defending state champion stands in their way for the Colgate Wildcats. So we're going to step aside here. The stream will keep running. The audio will be off. I know y'all don't want to hear the wind blowing. So I'm going to turn the audio off. Probably about 30 minutes here, 30, 40 minutes before this next game kicks off. So may give you enough time to go catch your breath, go to the bathroom, get a snack, and join us back again here in about 30 minutes. The Colgate Wildcats are set to play Cashion. We'll be back. This has been Wildcat Baseball presented by First Bank. And we push that button. There we go. And we are back here in Cashion, Oklahoma. And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma for the Class 2A Division I Regional Baseball Tournament. And the Colgate Wildcats have an improbable comeback victory against the Howell Lions. They were trailing 8-1 going into the 5th inning and coming back to win in 9, 13-11 to get to advance to play here in game number 6 between the defending state champion Cashion Wildcats. Colgate will have to beat Cashion twice, so they'll have to play here today, and then if with the victory, they would have to come back and play again tomorrow for a winner-take-all to go to state. The one thing we're fighting now is storms. Storms developing to the north and west of us. There may be a weather delay at some point in this game. Hopefully it's just a small weather delay if it were to happen. So not really sure how it's going to work on my end. We'll do the best we can. Just bear with me if I have to tear down, move inside. I'll try to cover everything up the best that I can, but, you know, technology and equipment does not mix well with rain. So we'll do the best we can to get fired back up if we have to go dead, if we have to go silent to get out of the rain. The wind continues to blow. It is starting to, clouds are starting to build back to the north and to the west. Temperature here in Cashion, still about mid-80s. The wind has died down to 15 to 20 miles an hour out of the southwest, blowing dead center, out center field. Cashion will be in their white uniforms as well, so it'll be white on white. Be really hard to see who's who on the camera. And here we go. The leadoff hitter here for the Wildcats, number 35, Jet Burris, leading things off here for Colgate. Here's the first pitch from Cashion. Burris fouls that back into the back behind home plate. Number 5 pitching today, that'll be Kyle Yowell. That pitch inside, now 1 ball, 1 strike to Burris. Pebworth on deck. Burris gets underneath that one, hits it hard out to center field, but gets underneath it, and going back and making the catch is the center fielder for out number 1. It'll bring up Cato Pebworth. Loudermilk will be on deck. Yowell. Here's the pitch to Pebworth. He hits that hard out to center field, and it's going to drop out into left center field, and Pebworth gets on base. Loudermilk up. Jace Burris will be on deck. Wherever you are, however you are, thank you for tuning in and joining us or sticking with the broadcast. You might let all your friends know that may have tuned out. We're back on. We're back live here in Cashion. Loudermilk ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch from Yowell. Hit hard and through the middle between first and second into the outfield. But Pebworth runs off the base. It's going to be a pickle as Pebworth is caught making too far of a turn there at second base. And he's going to be called out at third base. Pebworth a little too aggressive there on the base running, took too big a turn there at second base and got caught. It'll bring up Jace Burris. Here's the pitch. Burris takes strike one. Loudermilk with a lead at first base. Burris looking for the pitch. And Yowell skips that across home plate. Burris ropes that down the first base line and foul. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. That pitch low, ball 2. Gets away from the catcher, and Loudermilk is going to take second base. Clouds have now taken over the sun. It's mostly cloudy here. Again, rain and storms should start developing here within the next hour. Burris fouls that down the third base line and out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Colgate with a runner in scoring position. That's Easton Loudermilk standing at second base. He got there on a pass ball by the catcher. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. Burris pops that out of play again. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Burris battling at home plate. Here's the windup. Here's the 2-2. And swing and a miss, and Burris goes down swinging. And Yoel gets out of the inning. We'll take a break and be back here to the bottom of the first inning when we return right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance agent Lucinda Holland can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling agent Lucinda Holland at 580-889-3744 to find out how she can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Lucinda Holland.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Brown's Funeral Service in Atoka, Colgate, Durant, and Medill are proud to be a part of the communities they serve. Since 1994, Brown's Funeral Service has proudly supported nonprofits, police and fire departments, local military members, and area schools. The staff at Brown's Funeral Service takes great pride in these endeavors because they realize it's more than being in business. It's about being a thread in the fabric of our community. Brown's Funeral Service, where service begins but never ends.
And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma, home of Lance Butler Field on the campus of Cashion High School, as the Colgate Wildcats go scoreless in the top of the first inning. Jet Walkup will get the call here, starting pitching here against Cashion. Defensively, Jace Burris will be at second base. Lackey moves over to shortstop. Francis still at third. Loudermilk at first base. Levi Beer doing a good job behind home plate today. Really all tournament long doing a good job. And Jet Walkup will get the start here. He did start against Howell in the previous game. Did not hit that 50-pitch limit, so he still has some. He was able to come back in. Clouds really darkening up now. Leadoff hitter here for the Cashion Wildcats. Here's the first pitch from Walkup. There's a strike on that curveball. Be Smith up to bat with Nabavi on deck. Walkup missing on that outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Smith. Smith pops that back into the net for foul. Here's the 1-2. Smith lasers that down the third base line into foul territory. It's just another loud strike is all it is. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Scoreless here in the bottom of the first inning here in this. Walkup just missing on the outside. This is technically any game from this point forward for the Wildcats is termed an elimination game. If they lose, they're out. They've got to beat Cashion twice to keep their season alive. Smith, again, missiles that down the third base line and foul. Him and Walkup really battling each other here in this leadoff spot for Cashion. 2-2's the count. Just misses upstairs. Temperature, I believe, has dropped here. Maybe the front has come through. Smith hits that out into right field against the shift. Nobody was there. Colgate had the shift on. That's a good piece of hitting there by Smith, and he'll slide into second for a leadoff double. That'll bring up number 13, Nabavi. Number 5 will be on deck. That'll be Yoel. Courtesy runner now for the catcher, Smith. I believe that's number 10. That's Ryder West. Here's the first pitch to Nabavi. He's going to square up the bunt and pulls it back. Ball 1. Nabavi, another bunt attempt, pulls it back. Ball 2. Here's the 2-0 from Walkup. So this will actually be the third game that Walkup has started here in this tournament. He actually started yesterday against Cashion. Was only able to go, I believe it was 2/3 of an inning before he was forced out. Started game 1 against Howell today. There's strike 2. Walkup now battled back, evening the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. Throw back to second. Nobody was there, and Walkup's going to eat it. Trying to keep West from getting too big of a lead there at second base. Here's the 2-2. Fouls that into the Cashion dugout down the third base line. Colgate having to move dugouts. They're now in the first base dugout. Home dugout is here at third base. Here's the 2-2. Nabavi gets underneath that one, pops it up into left field. Coming up and making the catch is Seven Williams out in left field for out number 1. They'll bring up number 5, the pitcher, Yoel. Likens is on deck. Slowly taps that one to Burris at second base. Burris gathers it up, makes a throw to first for out number 2 on that ground out. That does move the runner over to third base. Now Ryder Likens up to bat, number 9. I believe number 4, Fields, Rival Fields, is on deck. Here's the first pitch to Likens. Just misses on the top of the strike zone, ball 1. 2 outs here. Colgate trying to get out of the first inning unscathed. Likens ropes that down the third base line into the fence and foul. Cashion wearing their white pinstripes as well, so maroon or white and maroon pinstripes, and then white and purple pinstripes here today. Just misses outside his walk up. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss from Likens, strike 2. Walkup now battled back to a 2-2 count. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Walkup. Just misses upstairs, ball 3. West has a huge lead at third base. Courtesy runner in for Smith, who started the game off with a leadoff double. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, and Likens goes down swinging, and Jed Walkup gets a first inning strikeout of Likens, and we move to the second base, or excuse me, move to the second inning, scoreless, 0-0. Be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
Just made an announcement that somebody just got their back window completely smashed out on a foul ball. That's unfortunate. But we play on here. We move to the top of the second inning, still scoreless. Wildcats will have, I believe, Colby Brown up to bat here to start things off. Weston Lackey on deck. Here's the first pitch to Brown. Nice pitch there from the pitcher. Brown rips that between third and short, and that'll be a leadoff single for Colby Brown. Get things started here in the second inning. Weston Lackey now up to bat. Jet Walkup will be on deck. Colby Brown now the leadoff walk. I believe it is kind of starting to shower here. I may have to go silent and move some things around. The video stream will keep going, but I'm going to step aside here and start moving some things. I'm actually underneath the stairs that get up to the Brown's called out at first on a pickoff. I'm going to move things inside here. Yeah, hold up. Giving a quick update, trying to get set here for possibly a weather delay. So you haven't lost audio. I'm just trying to move things around. It is the bottom of the second inning. I believe the score is still scoreless. It is still 0-0. There's a little bloop out to dead center field. That'll get home safely. Again, rain is moving in here, so just trying to get everything set to where when it does unload, hopefully I'll be potentially get things covered up in time. Again, if I have to go silent and dead, I will, but I will get it fired back up just as soon as I can. So there may be a time where there may not be anything broadcasting. You may have to follow on Game Changer. If they continue to play in the rain, I think where I'm at, I may be safe, but nonetheless, Walkup still on the bump. There's one out. 2 balls, 1 strike here. Swing and a miss. Number 3, Garrett McKeever, now batting for Cashion. Atkinson is on base. He's the one that hit the bloop. And a swing and a miss, and that's a strikeout. Two outs. First pitch to Aiden Berry, number 6, is a strike. And this is the 3rd appearance here of this tournament for Walkup. At a little bit high. Check swing by Berry, did not go around. He did. Got a call from the outfield. The umpire standing second base said he did go around. So no balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Walkup trying to get out of the inning here. There goes the runner. Throw down to second. Nobody's there. And throws it into the outfield. It's a good idea, just nobody was there, and luckily that didn't end up in disaster as nobody was standing at second base. Berry back up to bat, 1-2 the count. The swing and a miss. No, he fouled it, sorry. It's a foul ball. Just misses upstairs, now 2 balls, 2 strikes. And they get him looking. Berry goes down looking, back-to-back strikeouts for Jet Walkup. And I've got things, there is a line of storms developing to the north and west, so we are going to get hit with some rain here pretty soon. I know I've got a bag over it right now, so I've got a bag over the camera to keep it dry. So if you at home are watching, there is something obstructing the camera right now. So my apologies. I've got to try to save the camera the best I can. They don't pay me enough to ruin a camera. So I've got to keep the camera covered at least until the rain comes through. But I'll do my best to try to broadcast, the play-by-play. It's hard to keep everything dry. The camera's in a different spot than I am, so I'm having to go back and forth up the stairs. I'm actually under the stairs right now. So those of you at home that are watching, I appreciate you watching. Continue to watch. I appreciate that, but please bear with me as I try to keep all the equipment dry the best I can to bring you this action and coverage here from Cashion. It's still scoreless as we move to the top of the third inning. So I know there is an obstruction on the camera. So doing the best I can with what I got, I guess, put it that way. 0-0. Cashion, number 3 team in the state of Oklahoma. They are in the winner's side. They just need one win. If they win here against Colgate, they advance to the state tournament. Colgate has to beat Cashion twice. They got to beat them here tonight, and then an if necessary game will happen on tomorrow afternoon. Yowell misses that strike zone badly. Catcher doesn't even make an attempt to block it. Francis now batting for the Wildcats. Yowell just misses outside. That looked like a pretty good pitch. Goes down as a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Clouds continue to build off to our north and west. There's a strike there from Yowell. 2 balls, 1 strike for Trey Francis. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Hit hard down the left field line, and it goes foul just over the fence down the third base line. Evens the count up now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. Francis bloops that out in left field, and it's going to drop in no man's land. Francis gets on base. Leadoff single here for the Wildcats, and the Wildcats battling. They're hanging around here in the third inning. Again, this score yesterday was 18-3 in 5 innings. 7 Williams now up to bat. Be the 9-hole hitter for the Wildcats with Francis on base. Jet Burris on deck for the Wildcats. Williams now steps into the batter's box, the right-handed hitter. Throw back to first base. They got Brown the last inning. They didn't get Francis that time. Seven thought about bunting, pulls it back for ball 1. And Colgate's got to win 2 games here to get to the state tournament. Cashion just got to get 1. Here's the pitch from Yowell. Bunt down the first base line. That's a heck of a bunt. Yowell coming up, throwing in time, gets the runner at first base, but that does move Francis over to second into scoring position. That's exactly what needed to happen. That small ball wins you lots of games if you're able to lay down bunts. And that's one thing I've noticed here in this particular tournament, that Colgate has laid down a timely bunt when needed. They've done a good job getting the bunts down into the right spots. Now back to the top of the lineup, Jet Burris, left-handed leadoff hitter, steps into the box. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit hard out to right field. It is playable right in front of the scoreboard. The right fielder makes the catch, and not tagging up from second base. That probably should have advanced. That was hit into deep right field. Francis probably should have tagged up and went to third. It would have been a close play, but that's a long way to throw the ball. I mean, he's probably 8-10 feet in front of the wall in right field. Nonetheless, Cato Pebwer steps up to the plate. Back-to-back left-handed hitters here for the Wildcats. 2 outs, runner still at second. Here's the pitch from Yowell. Fouls it back into the net. Strike 1. It's a good inside pitch there. That's a fastball right on that inside corner. Pebworth now behind 0-2. 2 outs. Runner at second base for Colgate. They've had a runner on in all 3 innings here to start this game. Yoel stepping off the mound now. Yoel now looking. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled into the net. Pebworth staying alive. Easton Loudermilk on deck. 0-2 the count. 2 outs. Francis standing at second base. Yoel finds the pitch he likes. The windup. The pitch. And they get Pebworth looking on that outside corner. That was a really pretty pitch. Pebworth standing still in his tracks. He goes down looking. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
As Oklahomans, we look out for one another, and at Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, it's no different. With agents like Kevin Haney right here in Cole County, we always have someone close at hand with the advice and guidance you need to help you find affordable coverage and products for your home, auto, farm and ranch, business, life, and annuities. Please call Kevin Haney at 580-927-2324 or visit okfbinsurance.com today. Life insurance and annuity products offered through Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company. Property and casualty products are offered through Oklahoma Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance and affiliated companies. Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, made of and made for Oklahomans.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
I'm going to go ahead and push that button. I'm going to go ahead and take down the camera. We do have one out here in the second inning. Johnson tagging up and being safe at second base, excuse me. Smith with a sacrifice fly. So we do have one out, 1 ball, 1 strike here to Nabavi. This is the 2-hole hitter. He lines up to bunt, goes foul down the third base line. But I'm going to go upstairs and take the camera down. So it will be black. We'll still have audio, but it will go black. Again, trying to beat the rain here. Be right back. The Wildcats get out of the inning as we move to the top of the 4th inning. I believe we're going to go into a delay. At this point, I think we're going to let this storm pass through. Now, Cashion's going to take the field. Again, it is a black screen, but I will leave the audio on to kind of keep you guys updated as to what's going on. Had to take the camera down. Again, just bear with me if you don't mind as we try to get through this process together. I think we got a lightning strike here pretty close, so I think we're fixing to fold up shop here. Everybody retreat to their cars, and I figure everybody's going to try to huddle under here where I'm at. Would be my guess, so I need to start moving some stuff out of the way. Again, if it goes, the camera is black, so the camera's not there. You're not seeing things. Thank you. So teams are back out on the field here. Easton Loudermilk up to bat. There's Lightning, and that'll be it. Everybody gets back to their dugouts. Everybody's going to try to find a place to huddle and get. I'm going to try to move my stuff around. That was really close. I'm going to go silent here for a little while, see what happens. We'll try to join Bay back. Just check in from time to time. It'll be at least 30 minutes before we're back. So we'll be back right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
30-minute lightning delay. You're looking for cover. The ag shop on the south side of the field, first base side, should be open. You're looking for something to eat. BG10 Cafe, as well as artisan pizza. And the corner store's got some good pizza and chicken tenders as well. I'm going to stay here. I am not an owner of any of those.
Okay, if anyone is still there, we have sunshine. The rain has moved through. Storm has moved through. Going to be about 30 minutes, I think, before we get this thing started. So I'm going to start putting things back together. We will get things hopefully moving here pretty soon after that shower. Hailed a little bit, got a little bit of hail, but Test 1 2, test 1 2. And here we are. I think we're about ready to kick things back off. So if you stepped away momentarily, know anybody who might have stepped away, I think we're ready to get started as we're about ready to get things started again. So if you know anybody that stepped away, you might get back with them. Both teams warming up now. It will be the top of the 4th inning as we kind of get a game reset here. Top of the 4th inning, Easton Loudermilk is up to bat. No outs. We're still scoreless. 0-0 is the score here. And here's the pitch. Get things going. Yowell still pitching for the Cashion Wildcats as they're trying to get the music turned off. We had this issue yesterday as well. They tend to play the music a little bit long here between innings, and we're back at it now. 1 ball, no strikes here to Easton Loudermilk. Yowell back on the mound. Here's the pitch from Yowell to Loudermilk. He rips that ball down the first base line, right into the glove of the first baseman. That was a good play by the first baseman, number 9. I believe that's Barry. No, it's Likens. My apologies. Likens with a play for out number 1 here in the top of the 4th inning. So during all that mess, while I was trying to tear down and before the game had delayed, I kind of missed some batters as far as hits and not nonsense. So don't really know how accurate the stats will be, so I'm not going to give many stats. That ball blooped out to left field, and a diving play out in left field. What a play just out of the screen. As Jace Burris blooped that out into left field. That was number 3 out there. That was McKeever making a laying extension diving play. Going from his left to his right on the foul line as Colby Brown now steps back into the box. Had about a 40-minute delay there as the storm rolls through. Sun is back out. Weston Lackey on deck. Two outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Yowell ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. Just misses outside. Smith trying to frame it. Umpire wasn't really buying it. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and that's a changeup. Got Brown chasing. That brings us to the top of the 5th inning, bottom of the 4th. We'll be back right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Looking for the perfect outfit or a unique gift? Visit Triple Heart Boutique. The latest trends in women and children's clothing, stylish accessories, and charming decor. Show your team pride with their exclusive Spirit Wear collection. Need an energy boost? Stop by for one of their refreshing teas and stay glowing all year long with their tanning and red light beds. Open Tuesday through Friday from 6 to 6 and Saturday 10 till 2. Visit Triple Heart Boutique at 117 North Main Street in Colgate.
This is Eric Studeville inviting you to buy the Studeville way.
Whether you're looking for open roads
or you like them built tough,
there is only one way to buy your vehicle.
And that's the Studeville way.
Studeville Chevrolet, 851 Westside Drive in Durant, and StudevilleChevrolet.com.
And Studeville Ford, 1601 South Mississippi in Atoka, and StudevilleFord.net.
The Studeville family of dealerships,
proudly serving you and your communities.
And we are back here, bottom of the 4th inning, with a pitching change for the Colgate Wildcats. Going to go with Weston Lackey. Going to come in relief. So defensively, Loudermilk will stay at first base. Jace Burris at second base. Seven Williams comes in to play shortstop. Trey Francis at third. Levi Beard still behind home plate. Looks like Jet Walkup will be in left field. Cato Pebworth in center field. And Jet Burris will be playing out in right field in front of the scoreboard. So we're now in the bottom of the fourth inning. So we got them trash can bees flying around here now, and just the rain got them all out, got them stirred up. But you know, the bees that fly around the trash can, I think they're harmless, but more of a nuisance. So here's the first batter faced for Weston Lackey. His first pitch of the tournament. Winds up. Here's the pitch. Misses outside. Fields is on deck. Trying to get a number here for the pitcher. I believe that's Likens. Yes, it is Likens. Hitting now for Cashion. He rips that hard down the third base line and going to go to the fence. Takes a bounce. Walkup gathers it up. It will be a play at second. Likens slides into second base. So Likens rips that ball down the third base line to the 305 mark. We'll have a pinch runner now, number 22. That'll be Kason Kastner, freshman, coming in to pinch run. Looks like we got some ear problems here with the catcher, Levi Beard. He can't hear. Again, everybody going to the, more or less the walkie-talkies. So Beard is getting the call from the dugout. He has to hear the call from Coach Cater. Lackey now looking to throw to Fields. Gets away from Beard, bounces back. Fields goes ahead and takes third. So now Cashion with a runner at third base, no outs. Bottom of the fourth inning. Cashion with a runner on at third. Here's the pitch from Lackey. The windup. The pitch misses outside. Fields now ahead 2-0 is the count to Fields. Atkinson on deck for the Wildcats of Cashion. Here's the windup. The pitch. Upstairs, ball 3. Lackey trying to find the strike zone here as he came in relief after the rain delay. And then gets the strike there, 3-1. The count now. Fields, the batter, the right-hander, steps back into the box. Here's the pitch from Lackey. Just misses outside, and he'll take a walk down to first base. So runners at the corners now for Colgate. Beard steps out in front of home plate, gives the defensive adjustments, the defensive plays here as to what to expect here from Atkinson. The right-hander steps into the box. Here's the pitch, swung on, roped right back up the middle. Williams is able to get the runner at second. But Cashion's on the board first as this score now 1-0 in favor of Cashion. McKeever now up to bat for the Wildcats with Barry on deck. 1 out. Runner at first. Good pitch there from Lackey. Here's the windup. There goes the runner. Beard comes up throwing. Will be a play, and it short hops to second base as Atkinson slides in safely at second base. So Cashion comes out of the weather delay. Very aggressive on the base path. That's the second stolen base we've seen here in the bottom of this inning. Strike two. One ball, two strikes. That ball is playable down the foul line, and it's going to foul off or tail off into foul territory. Harmless, loud strike. Keeps the count at one ball, two strikes. Score 1-0, but Cashion does have a runner in scoring position at second base. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And gets him looking. There's a good pitch there by Weston Lackey. Strikeout of McKeever. He goes down. We'll bring up number 6, Aiden Berry. Berry up to bat now. Here's the pitch from Lackey. And that's going to hit Berry on the thigh. A hit by pitch. We'll bring up the very speedy Riker Johnson. 2 outs now. Wildcats trying to get out of an inning here. They've allowed 1 run thus far. Bunt. Johnson has the ability to outrun the bunt. We've seen that a couple of plays here today. Johnson with a ton of speed. Wind continues to blow. Really now more toward left center field. Johnson squares up the bunt, does just that. It's going to be a tough play. You're not going to get Johnson out at first. Johnson may be the fastest person that I've seen this year. Absolutely has wheels, and the very dangerous number 23, Kellen Smith, the catcher, coming to the plate now as Cashion leads off, flips the roster up, back to the top of the lineup. Smith up, Nabavi on deck. Bases loaded. Smith drives that to right field. It's going to drop in front of Burris. He comes up throwing. It'll score 1. It'll score 2. And runners will be stopped at the corners as Cashion now gets 2 more runs across. 3-0 is the score here in the bottom of the 4th. As we'll have a courtesy runner for the catcher. It'll bring up number 13, Brian Nabavi. He steps up to the plate. Runners on the corners now for Cashion. Johnson at third base. There's a strike inside. Beard lets the courtesy runner take second base without a throw. Yowell on deck. Here's the windup from Lackey. Swung on. Slow roll out of play down the first base line for a strike. 0-2 the count. Here to Nababi. Cashion now with 2 runners in scoring position. Here's the 0-2. That ball hit hard out the center field. It is playable. Pebworth finds it, gets under it, makes the catch. But damage was done. Cashion gets 3 across in the bottom of the 4th inning. We'll take a quick break and be back to the top of the 5th when we return right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance agent Lucinda Holland can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling agent Lucinda Holland at 580-889-3744 to find out how she can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Lucinda Holland.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
And we're back here, moved to the top of the 5th inning. Cashion with a 3-run lead now as Yoel back on the bump for the Cashion Wildcats. It'll be Lackey and Walkup, your first 2 batters. Followed by Francis and Williams. Colgate trying to keep up here with Cashion. Cashion, the number 3 team in the state of Oklahoma. They're the number 1 seed here in this tournament. Cashion only needing a win here to advance to the state tournament. Colgate needing to beat Cashion twice, once here today and once tomorrow. That game, if necessary, will be about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It'll be mid-afternoon start. Lackey slow taps that back into the into the backstop for a foul ball. Now 1 ball, 1 strike to Weston Lackey. Jet Walkup on deck. Here's the 1-1. Lackey gets underneath that one, pops it out of play. One ball, 2 strikes. Yoel still pitching. Here's the windup and the pitch. It's low, ball 2. The 2-2, swing and a miss. And that'll be a strikeout for Lackey. That'll bring up Jet Walkup. Jet Walkup now up to bat here for the Wildcats here in the top of the 5th inning. Swings and sends that down the first base line into foul territory. Walkup gets underneath that one, hits it hard, going back at the fence into left field. Walkup being sent around first, and he's going to have a stand-up double here in the top of the 5th inning. Tell Walkup really wanted that. Been somewhat struggling there behind their swinging the bat here in this tournament. That's a really good hit there by Jet Walkup. Good to see there. Wildcats really need that with a stand-up double. 1 out. It'll bring up Trey Francis with 7 Williams on deck. After that, Wildcats will flip the top of the lineup. Yowell still dealing from the pitcher's mound. Here's the windup. Francis gets underneath that one, fouls it back behind home plate. Colgate with the runner in scoring position. Yowell misses low on that pitch. One ball, one strike. Francis is going to call time and step out. Francis now back up to bat. Here's the pitch from Yowell. It's low, misses low. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 way inside. Pushes Francis back. Now 3 balls and 1 strike. Francis way ahead in the count here. Here's the pitch. Francis fouls that back. Full count pitch now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out. Here's the payoff pitch from Yowell, swung on and hit softly to the third baseman. Going to be a play at first, no play at first, and Francis legs it out. Going to bring up 7 Williams. That's a heck of a throw there from Yowell. Williams did lay down the sacrifice bunt, and more times than not, he legs it out. He was out by about a half a step, but he did move the runners over for the top of the lineup here as Burris steps up to the plate. Jet Burris. Colgate threatening here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Top of the 5th inning. Colgate with the runners at 2nd and 3rd. 2 outs. Here's the windup from Yowell. The pitch, fouled back into the net. Foul back into the net. That's strike 1. No balls, 1 strike here. 2 outs. Burris trying to get a couple of runners in, keep pace with Cashion. They got 3 in the bottom half of the 4th. Here's the pitch from Yowell. Just gets the outside corner, strike 2. Here's the 0-2. Outside, ball 1. 1-2 pitch, 2 outs. Here's the windup, the pitch. Slow chopper down to first base, and it's going to go foul. Jet Burris staying alive. Count still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well steps off. The 1-2. And Burris chases that one. It was upstairs and goes down swinging. Wildcats leave a couple runners on as we move to the bottom of the 5th. We'll take a break and be back here. This is Wildcat Baseball presented by First Bank.
Brown's Funeral Service in Atoka, Colgate, Durant, and Medill are proud to be a part of the communities they serve. Since 1994, Brown's Funeral Service has proudly supported nonprofits, police and fire departments, local military members, and area schools. The staff at Brown's Funeral Service takes great pride in these endeavors because they realize it's more than being in business. It's about being a thread in the fabric of our community. Brown's Funeral Service, where service begins but never ends.
When it comes to gifts that wow them, start your journey at the Flower Garden at 32 North Main in Colgate. Whether it's planning that big event or you just remembered your wedding anniversary midway through the workday, the Flower Garden can get the gift you need right and on time. Follow the Flower Garden on Facebook or book online 24/7 at theflowergardencolgate.com. The Flower Garden, proudly serving Colgate and surrounding areas since 1945.
And we're back here, bottom of the 5th inning. Cashion, the defending state champions, have a 3-run lead. And we're back here. Weston Lackey, the first pitch. Upstairs is a ball to number 5, Yoel. Yoel drives that hard into left center field. And Pebworth gets by Pebworth. He overruns the ball. It's going to roll all the way to the fence. Yoel rounding second. And he's going to slide into third base safely. Yoel helping his own cause, the pitcher here, able to leg out a triple, and he's going to get a courtesy runner here. He's going to bring up number 9, Likens. Likens steps into the batter's box, the right-handed hitter, and he's going to take one and wear it as he stares down Lackey, because that's cool. Coach Cagle is going to call time here, talk things over with his pitcher. So I think we're going to have a pitching change. Yep. Cagle's going to go, I'm not sure who's going to go with. I think he may go back to Brown. He's going to go back to Colby Brown. Again, Colby still not feeling great, trying to get over an injury. We'll take a quick break and be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
The RX shop is now under new ownership. Jason and Sedana Lanig and their 2 daughters are longtime residents of Caney and are looking forward to continuing the same great service for you and your family. They're excited for this opportunity to serve our community and invite you to let them help you with your healthcare needs. Call 580-889-3331, 580-889-3331, or come by 872 West 13th Street in Atoka. RX Shop thanks you for shopping local.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And we're back here. Colby Brown warming up to come back in to pitch here. He was pitched in the last game, closed out the last game, actually got the win against Howell, as we're going to have a defensive shuffling going on. Looks like Jace Burris. Jace Burris going to come in for Levi Beard. I would guess that Beard would be the next pitcher. So Coach Cagle is going to set Levi down for a minute, give him a break. I would guess he's the next arm up, as Coach Cagle, Coach McCullum, the leash is going to be pretty short here to finish out the game. This is an elimination game for the Colgate Wildcats, trying to keep it close here, try to get to tomorrow's game. Right now they trail 3-0 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, no outs. So Jace Burris now back behind home plate. I don't think that's going to affect the defense any. Jace was more or less, I think he was the designated hitter here today. So defense stays the same. Levi Beard goes in to probably get ready to pitch, start warming up. Colby Brown back on the bump for the Wildcats. That ball outside, good block there, as Likens is going to go to second base. One ball, no strikes, no outs here. The pitch from Brown. There's a strike, outside corner, strike one. To Fields. Fields now batting, right-handed hitter, as the Shadows are overtaking home plate momentarily. That pitch low and at the feet of Fields. Fields grabs that one, hits it hard. That's got a chance. Going back, and caught by Pebworth at the wall. Comes up making the throw. We'll have a play at third. Likens trying to get there, and he slides in face first. He's safe at third. And a tag up, and that will score. That was the pinch runner. And the score now 4-0 on a rope that was hit out of the wall. Pebworth did a good job to get on his horse and track that one down. So the score 4-0, one out. Likens now at third base. Here's the pitch from Brown. Just gets the outside corner. Brown misses that outside. Burris is going to call time. Make sure him and Brown are on the same wavelength as far as pitch calls and pitch signs. I believe this is Atkinson now batting for Cashion. The score 4-0. One out, bottom of the 5th inning. Brown misses outside. Good block there by Burris to keep Likens at third. Here's the windup. The pitch is low again. Colby missing low here early on. 3 balls and 1 strike here to Atkinson. This winner go-home game for the Wildcats. Brown misses again, but hits off the backstop and rolls to him. You can tell Brown is still not 100%, but Atkinson is going to take a free base down to first. It's going to bring up number 3, Garrett McKeever. Got to imagine that Cashion's going to try to look for the double steal here. At least going to get Atkinson over to second base. Likens is hoping the defense falls asleep and Likens will steal home on the throw. Here's the pitch from Brown. Squares up the bunt, straight up in the air into foul territory. And did he catch it? No, just out of his glove. Heck of an effort there from Jace Burris, sliding on this wet turf. Almost had it in foul territory there in front of Coach Cagle in the first base dugout. Good effort there, athletic effort there from Jace. No balls and 1 strike here to McKeever. There goes the runner. I think we're going to have a balk. Yep, we'll have a balk. Call on Brown, so that'll score the runner from third. Score now 5-0 here in the bottom of the 5th. Count 0-1 here to McKeever. You got to keep that foot on the rubber. Foot comes off, we're going to call it a balk every time. We've had a couple of balk calls here in a couple of games. McKeever squares up the bunt and lays a hard bunt down the first base line, but into foul territory. Colby ahead in the count here, 0-2, 1 out. And he's going to send Atkinson sliding back into second base. No one is even covering the bag. But Brown did his job to keep Atkinson there, keeping him honest. Here's the pitch. Missing upstairs to McKeever. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That ball hit hard to Loudermilk, right into his glove. Ground ball, steps on first base for out 2. But that does move Atkinson from second to third. And it's going to bring up number 6, Aiden Berry. Brown missing low on that first pitch to Berry. Still 2 outs. It's 5-0 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. That ball hit foul down third base line. Strike 1. That didn't hit Berry, it just barely missed him. It throw behind Berry. Berry didn't move. Don't guess it did hit him. But he stays in there. 2 balls and 1 strike here from Brown. As it's all clear skies now as the Storms moved off. Burris takes that ball off the face mask. Gets up. He's okay. Into the foul territory. but it does not the count up. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cashion with a runner on at third base. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Brown. Back up the middle to Lackey. Lackey fields it, comes up throwing, and makes the out. Good throw there from Lackey and a good stretch there by Easton Loudermilk at first base for out number 3. But Cashion gets a couple more and extends the lead now 5-0. We'll take a break and be back here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma, home of the defending state champion Cashion Wildcats, here at Lance Butler Field on the campus of Cashion High School, where the Cashion Wildcats hold a 5-run lead over the Colgate Wildcats here in this winner go home scenario game for Colgate. They did eliminate Howell in the game before this. Colgate with 2 wins here in this tournament, both wins coming over the Lions of Howell. In come from behind fashion. Pebworth now to bat for Colgate. Here's the pitch from Yowell. Fouls that back into the net. Yowell still pitching well here for Cashion. Here's the pitch to Pebworth. Late on that one, fouls it down the third base line and into the parked cars. We already had one busted out window, I believe from a local patron. As long as it wasn't a gray Ford pickup, I will be okay. Here's the pitch to Yowell from Yowell. Misses just barely outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here to Pebworth. Loudermilk on deck for the Wildcats. The 1-2 hit hard down the first base line and into foul territory. Pebworth battling. One 1-2 pitch again. And Pebworth takes one off the bum. Gets on base with a trip down to first after being hit by the pitch. That'll bring up Easton Loudermilk, who had that bomb to take a 1-run lead there in the first game against Howell, where Colgate climbed all the way back from an 8-1 deficit in the 5th inning. Ended up winning in 9 innings, 13-11 over the Lions of Howell, and here we are here. Yowell places that pitch perfect right on the outside corner. Throw back to first. Pebworth is back in time. The 0-1 from Yowell. There's another really good pitch. He's got that outside corner down to these left-handed batters. Loudermilk watches it go by for strike 2. Here's the 0-2. Now Yowell steps off the. Now Loudermilk back in, standing on the right side of the plate. Here's the windup from Yowell. The pitch. Upstairs and outside, ball 1. Big swing and a miss there from Loudermilk. He'll go down swinging on a strikeout from Yowell for out number 1. Jace Burris now up to bat. Colby Brown on deck. Pebworth still on first base with 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Throw back to first. Pebworth is back in time. There's that outside corner pitch again. Yowell has got it figured out. It's very close. But he's figured out where the umpire likes it. And he's just putting it on a rope. Right to that spot every time he wants to make that pitch. Again, same pitch. Here's the 0-2. Just barely misses off the plate there. Smith gathers it up, sends it back to Yowell. Still only 1 out. Yowell misses upstairs. Wind dying down now as the storms have passed. They're all moved to the southeast of us. Nothing but clear blue skies here in Cashion. Had a little bit of hail, a little pea-sized hail with that storm that rolled through, some lightning strikes. Quite a bit of rain for up here. They said they've been almost months with about 1/10 of an inch of rain is all they've gotten up here. So happy to bring the rain up from the southeast as we made our way up here to north central Oklahoma for this regional tournament. Score 5-0 in favor of the defending state champion, Cashion Wildcats. Here's the 0-2 pitch and the changeup. All right, I was ahead of myself. That was the now 2-2 pitch. That was strike 2. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Jace Burris. Here's the windup, the throw from Yowell. Swing and a miss, and Burris goes down swinging for out number 2. Yowell still dealing here as he started the game here for Cashion. This is the 3rd game of the tournament for the Wildcats of Cashion. They're going to try to go the easy route. 3 games, 3 wins, puts them in the state tournament. Misses upstairs. This is the 4th game for the Wildcats. They played 2 yesterday. They played 1 earlier today. This will be game number 4 here for Colgate in the last 2 days. Brown hits that hard to center field, but it is playable. Coming up and making the catch for out number 3 is the center fielder. Takes us to the bottom of the 6th inning. We'll take a quick break and be back here. This is Wildcat Baseball, presented by First Bank.
This is Eric Studeville, inviting you to buy the Studeville way.
Whether you're looking for open roads
or you like them built tough,
there is only one way to buy your vehicle.
And that's the Studeville way.
Studeville Chevrolet, 851 Westside Drive in Durant, and StudevilleChevrolet.com.
And Studeville Ford, 1601 South Mississippi in Atoka, and StudevilleFord.net.
The Studeville family of dealerships,
proudly serving you and your communities.
Your day-to-day is filled with possibility and the potential to create days you'll never forget. At First Bank, we have accounts that help make whatever you dream of possible. First Bank, here for possibilities.
And we're back here in Cashion, Oklahoma. The score 5-0, bottom of the 6th inning, as the Wildcats are running out of time here on their season. As the Wildcats have really only got one more shot at this, top of the next inning. They got to try to keep this scoreless here if they want to keep it close to a 5-run lead. So far, Cashion shutting out the Wildcats. Wildcats having only scored 3 runs. This will be the second game against Cashion. 3 of those runs all coming in the last game. Game number 1, that final score was 18-0, but the Wildcats pitching much better here, keeping it close here to the defending state champions. Just keep it close. You know, when you're the underdog, you want to keep it close and see if the pressure gets to the favorites. That's what the Wildcats are doing here. They're not quitting. They could have quit earlier on against the game against Howell. They were down 8-1 going into the 5th inning, but a 5-run 5th. Got it within close, at least close enough. The Wildcats, again, felt like they had a shot, and they sure did. And the shot you heard here was that blast down the right field line that just went over the top of the foul pole, fair, for a 3-run home run by the first baseman, Easton Loudermilk. The Wildcats got to deal with this first. They need a 3-up, 3-down here for the Wildcats, or at least a no-run inning to keep this to a 5-run, at least within the arm's reach of Cashion. Colby back on the mound here for Colgate. Johnson squares up the bunt. Again, he can run out any bunt. He's run out. I think every hit he's got in this tournament is from the bunt. Absolute speed from Johnson as he squares up the bunt again. Pulls it back and sends that on a rope down the third base line off the fence. One ball, one strike here to Johnson. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Missing outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Johnson hits that hard out to center field. Pebworth going to his right and making the play out in left center field for out number 1. That's 1 out. As we're back to the top of the lineup with Smith. Smith Kellen Smith, probably the most dangerous hitter here in this tournament. He fouls that back into the net for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Kellen Smith. 1 out, Nabavi is on deck. The 1-2 punch of these two is pretty lethal for Cashion. And they'll probably go as far as these two hitters take them. That's a good pitch there by Brown. He's not fazed by him. He's going right at Smith. Ahead in the count now, 1 ball, 2 strikes is Brown. And Colgate's got to try to keep this close as the wind is all but still now. After 30-mile-an-hour gusts in the first game, the flags are not moving in center field now. Here's the 1-2, just missing low, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here. With a loss here, Colgate season will come to an end. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Smith grabs all of that out into left field. Coming up and making the catch is the left fielder. I believe that's 7 Williams. No, Jet Walkup, excuse me. Jet Walkup out there now. Makes the catch for out number 2. 7 Williams playing second base. My apologies. That'll bring up Nabavi. So Colgate's got 2 outs now. They got to get this last one to keep it close. Give themselves a shot here as we move to the top of the 7th inning, but they got to get 1 more out. Here's Nabavi. He takes strike 1. The 0-1. Nabavi hits that into left field. Walk up on his horse and through his glove. Comes up, makes the throw to second. Will be a play at second and through the glove of Williams. Looks like they could have possibly had him out. And Nabavi's going to go all the way to third base. That was going to be a play at second. Walkup missed it. Probably go down as 2 errors on that play. Walkup missing it in left field. Comes up, makes a throw, a dart to second base. But Williams, he loses it in the sun. I believe it's Yoel now batting. Colgate still needing 1 more out here to get out of the inning. Strike 1 from Brown. Good block there by Burris, keeps Nabavi at third base. Wildcats really can't afford to give up any runs here. They got to try to get this out here. They trail by 5. Keep it within arm's reach. Here's the pitch to Yoel. Fouled off into the Cashion dugout. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Yoel. And down goes Yoel swinging. Brown does his job. Colgate faces 4 batters in that inning, gives up no runs. And Colgate's season is on the line here as we move to the top of the 7th inning. They need 5 runs to extend it, 6 runs to take a lead. Do they have a miracle in them? We've seen one earlier. Do they have another one? Join me. We'll take a break. Be right back after this. 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance agent Lucinda Holland can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling agent Lucinda Holland at 580-889-3744 to find out how she can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Lucinda Holland.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Brown's Funeral Service in Atoka, Colgate, Durant, and Medill are proud to be a part of the communities they serve. Since 1994, Brown's Funeral Service has proudly supported supported nonprofits, police and fire departments, local military members, and area schools. The staff at Brown's Funeral Service takes great pride in these endeavors because they realize it's more than being in business. It's about being a thread in the fabric of our community. Brown's Funeral Service, where service begins but never ends.
And we're back here for the final frame here in what could be the final half inning for the Colgate Wildcats, unless they're able to mount a comeback here. We've seen them do that. They were down 8-1 in the first game, came back to win in 9 innings. But this is a much different type of team here. They're Cashion Wildcats, ranked number 3 in the state of Oklahoma in Class 2A Division I, coming off a state championship last year. So an uphill battle here for the Wildcats, but I can guarantee you they're not going to lay down. They're going to give it everything they got here for the final 3 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. It'll be Lackey and Walkup and Francis will be your first 3 hitters here, kind of middle to end of the lineup here for the Wildcats. But Lackey has hit the ball better here as of late. Wildcats need runners on, and it would be really good to get the bottom of the lineup on here to turn over the lineup with the top of the lineup later on. But we got to get on base first. Lackey's going to try to do so. Yowell still on the bump for the Wildcats of Cashion. Wind is completely still now, no wind blowing. Lackey hits that ball hard to second base to Nabavi. Nabavi gathers it, throws for out number 1. Jet Walkup now up to bat. Trey Francis on deck for the Wildcats. Down to their final 2 outs. Walkup's got to try to find a way to get on base. But Yowell has pitched really well here in this campaign. Here's the windup. It's a good pitch there. Yowell has found his spot, and his spot is definitely on that outside corner to these left-handed batters. Colgate with 7 left-handed batters in the lineup. And Yowell is just putting it on a string on that outside corner. You can't possibly paint it any better than what he's throwing it. That's an inside pitch. As my co-commentator walks up to me, Mr. Maddox McCullum, looking to join the broadcast. Walk up behind the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and down goes Walkup for a strikeout, and the Wildcats are down to their final out of the season. Trey Francis up to bat, 7 Williams on deck. The Wildcats have got to get on base. 1 more out, and the season is over for Colgate. Do they have it in them? Here's the first pitch to Trey Francis. It's low, ball 1. Francis back into the box. Here's the windup. The pitch from Yowell. Francis peppers that down the third base line into the Cashion dugout. For strike 1 now, 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Colgate trails by 5. Francis now steps back into the box. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Francis fouls that back into the net. Now 1-2 is the count. Colgate down to their final strike here on the 2026 baseball season. Now Francis back into the box. Maddox doing all he can to cheer on Trey here. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Now Yowell steps off the rubber. Looking for a sign he likes. Doesn't like that one. Here it is. Here's the 1-2 pitch, the windup, the throw, and foul ball. Francis battling in this at-bat. Not going down without a fight. Taking anything close, putting it into foul territory, living to see another pitch. That's what you got to do. Anything close, you got to swing on these 1-2 pitches. Yowell, the windup, the pitch. Francis gets underneath that one, pops it up, and it's going to tail off into foul territory down the third base line. Again, probably into the back glass of a car. Hope it's not mine. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two outs, no runners on for Colgate. Here's the windup from Yowell. The pitch. And Francis absolutely battling right here. Fouled off the last 4 pitches to stay alive. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yowell, the windup. The pitch. Missing low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs. Seven Williams patiently waiting on deck. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Francis strikes out. And the Cashion Wildcats punch their ticket to the state tournament after going undefeated in the regional tournament here in Cashion. Colgate Wildcats fall 5-0 as the dog pile ensues at the pitching mound for Cashion. The season comes to an end for Colgate. We'll take a quick break and be right back here on the backside of this, right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.
A community bank is far more than just a bank that offers the services such as online and mobile banking, mobile deposit, and loans that fit your needs. A community bank invests in the community it serves. Your phone call will be answered by local people you already know and will make you feel welcome by greeting you as you enter the lobby. At Shamrock Bank, we effectively combine convenient banking technology with people you know and trust. It really is the people that make the difference. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, and we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Genesis Abstract and Title is dedicated to doing things right while providing a positive customer experience. At Genesis Abstract, they use advanced technology such as fully automated records to expedite the process and avoid delays. Their friendly professionals are ready to serve you and will take care of every detail to make your buying and selling process an easy one. Genesis Abstract, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 410 East Court Street in Atoka. Your source for quality abstracts, title insurance, and excellent closing solutions.
Coach Shack and Mr. Hood.
And we're back here as we have the
And for the 6th straight year, the
Cashion Wildcats advance to the state tournament. An absolute dominant program. Colgate went toe-to-toe with Cashion here in this final game. Cashion's going to go back to the state tournament to try to defend their state title.
Thank you all for a great season.
So that'll do it here from Cashion. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and joining us today. Wherever you were, however you were, we hope you enjoyed the broadcast. It was hit or miss. The rain scheduled, the weather delay, battling through allergies. No excuse. Did the best I could. Thank you for tuning in. The next and final broadcast will be next Friday night at graduation.
The Wildcats suck.
As Maddox decided to give you a go Wildcats there. The next broadcast again will be next Friday night. The graduation ceremony, 7:30 graduation there at Colgate. I believe it'll probably be in the Linton Gym as usual. But that'll do things here from Cashion. I'm Cody Newberry. Thank you for joining us, tuning in. We really do appreciate you. Fantastic season of the Colgate Wildcats. Athletics, top to bottom. Coaches did a very successful year, and things are looking very bright in Cole County at Colgate schools for the future. So, again, thank you for tuning in. Want to give another shout-out to our wonderful broadcast sponsors. First Bank, as always, giving the camera video sponsorship, and thankful to all of our wonderful broadcast sponsors. We can't do this without them. So again, if you see them around town, see a business that advertises here online, be sure and tell them that you saw this online. We appreciate them. We can't do this. We can't bring this broadcast without our wonderful sponsors. So be sure and tell them thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting Cole County Athletics, Colgate Youth, the youth of Colgate High School. We enjoy doing it. Join me next Friday night at graduation. I'll be there. We'll be broadcasting. We'll go live about 7:25, probably somewhere in there. So thank you for tuning in. Wherever you are, however you are, thank you as always. I am Cody Newberry, signing off for the final time. We'll see you next time right here on 107.5 KZIG, The Rock.